Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences from remote lake houses, given the literary craftsmanship they deserve. This first episode sets the mood with unseen threats and the uncanny power of water itself. All stories here are curated for sleep and marked by the For Sleep title tag for quick identification. These versions will have a small moon and wolf icon on the thumbnail. If you prefer a full-intensity daytime scare, look out for our experimental no-sleep versions, which will feature entirely separate, scarier accounts, and display a small sun icon on the thumbnail. Dropping soon. Please like and subscribe to help the channel grow. The episode runs ad-free after the first 15 minutes. Sleep well and dream dark. I went to the lake because adults told me it was quiet there. They said quiet like it was a favor, like that's what I wanted. My aunt had an old place outside Duluth, just past where the two-lane thins and the road signs go soft with moss. The cabin leaned toward a lake with a name that sounded like a cough. The water didn't move, no birds, no bugs whining in your ear. The air pressed down like it had weight. I'm 17. I like horror books with cracked spines from the thrift store, movies where the camera waits a second too long on the empty hallway. Everyone has a thing they pretend isn't a thing. That's mine. My mom calls it feeding the anxiety. My aunt just said you can stay as long as you need and handed me a key. She said key, but the door was one of those old wooden deals with a latch that sat on top like a little iron tongue. It rested in a hook that should have needed a hand to lift it. It didn't. It closed beautifully, like it was proud of how easy it was to open. The first morning, my aunt stood at the sink, sleeves rolled, washing a coffee mug like it had done something to her. She kept glancing at the floor where her mat used to be. There were crescent smudges there, like someone pressed wet coins onto the wood and then walked away. Mud. Thin, pale mud, almost gray. She went over it with a rag and didn't say anything. I thought lake shoes, late night bathroom. She'd hate me for tracking it in. I checked my sneakers, they were clean. My aunt rinsed the rag like it was muscle memory and draped it over the faucet. It dries out by noon, she said. She said it like answering a question I hadn't asked. If you listen long enough in that house, you'll notice the quiet is shaped. It sits in the corners under the table, in the gap beneath the bedroom door. Outside, the lake mirrored the sky in a way that didn't read as pretty. It was a flat coin, dull, pinched by reeds, no ripples except when a loose weed pulled free and tapped against the dock leg. Tap, tap, then nothing again, like the water had corrected the mistake. My aunt had rules that didn't sound like rules. Don't leave food out. Keep the bathroom window shut. If you wash your hair, wring it out hard. Things to keep a place from smelling like a locker room. Things any adult would say. She said them without heat. She said them as if the house was listening, and she didn't want to explain herself twice. The footprints kept showing up. After lunch, after dinner, always narrow, always pointing in. Not deep like they'd been stomped. More like the surface of the mud kissed the wood and left a pattern. They started at the door, always started there. My aunt would be the one to notice. She'd stand near them, hip-cocked, and then get the rag. She moved like someone who had decided not to be surprised anymore. Calm, efficient, careful with her eyes. That night when I went to brush my teeth, I saw a dark seam along the bottom of the bathroom door. A wet shine. I touched it and my finger came away smeared with gray. I'd seen brainy, ropey lake muck clinging to shore rocks. But this was fine, almost silt. The smell wasn't rot. It was colder. The kind of smell you get when you open a cooler that only held melted ice. I wiped it with toilet paper and the paper stuck in a peel, like tissue on a shaved cut. It left a clean line the width of my finger. I didn't tell my aunt. She was already doing enough pretending for both of us. Around midnight, the latch murmured. It's the only word for it. Metal touching metal in a way that knows where to go. I was half asleep, a sitcom still whispering on my phone. The sound waked me without startling. I could picture it. the iron tongue lifting out of its hook, the door breathing in, the air cooled along my arms. I told myself it was draft. I told myself older houses did this. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and watched the glim of my screen fade as the battery died. I knew horror rules. Don't investigate. Don't call out hello. You won't find the punchline you think you're owed. But I got up anyway. The floor was cold, but not with winter cold. It felt like stepping onto a porch in a thunderstorm, where the concrete is still warm but the air is washed out. The living room sat in that gray before dawn, where everything is a version of itself with the contrast turned down. The door was just as we left it closed, latched down. The runner rug had a curve like someone had braced a hand there and pushed a stand. I noticed a drip on the jamb. Not brown like the wood, clear, but thicker than water. It tracked downward to the floor and became nothing. In the morning, my aunt was already at the door, hand on the latch, thumb rubbing the iron shine into a darker shine. Her hair was wet at the ends. "Takes forever to dry up here," she said. "Air's heavy." She had a towel around her shoulders and didn't meet my eyes. I made coffee. I made a joke about the lake being dead so quiet. She smiled without smiling and said she liked the quiet. She liked being able to think. She said it the way you say you like raw almonds better than salted, to convince yourself that you've made a choice. The second day, the footprints multiplied, not trailed across like a track, but there in small constellations at the door by the bathroom near the stove, always facing into the room they appeared in, never overlapping, like the person who made them knew the geometry of the house and respected it. My aunt cleaned them with a gentle rhythm that made me weirdly angry. Anger is just the heat that happens when your body doesn't want fear to settle. I took my phone and filmed the kitchen floor. I narrated in a whisper I'd make fun of if I heard it from someone else. "They look like a kid's but smaller," I said. "More narrow, not much heel." I sent the clip to my mom. Then I deleted it from our chat before it said delivered. I told myself I was saving her worry. I told myself I'd send it later, once I had something else to add. I told myself a lot of things that day. That evening, my aunt opened a drawer and took out a roll of duct tape. She tore off a length and pressed it over the latch hook so the tongue couldn't lift without pulling the tape. No explanation. She smoothed it down with the flat of her nails like she was sealing a letter. "We'll fix the lock next week," she said. She said fix like there was a plan. I had grown up with stuck windows and crooked steps. Houses tell on themselves. This one had a habit of dying into stillness. At dinner, the fork on my plate was the loudest sound. I chewed and tried to tell a story about a creepy audiobook I listened to once at the bus stop near Superior Street. The words sounded like someone else's. My aunt nodded. She ate 2 bites of pasta and went quiet. From time to time, she looked at the bathroom door, then at the duct-taped hook. She looked like someone waiting for a timer to go off in a room without clocks. When I brushed my teeth that night, I listened to the house instead of my head. The bathroom window rattled once, a soft tap, like something leaned on it. Not hard, just enough to test. I checked the latch. It was down. The glass fogged at the bottom where the bath mat held damp. There was a hair in the soap that I didn't recognize, thinner than mine, not my aunt's gray. I rinsed the bar under the tap longer than necessary. I was up late streaming a movie on mute, because if you love horror, you sometimes have to declaw it to make it fit your lap. In the scene, the door creaked open for the third fake-out. On my side, the real latch peeled the tape, a slow release, like someone unwrapping a candy in church. The iron tongue lifted with a little click. The door, which swelled in humidity and stuck every afternoon, swung open without friction. Cold slid in under it. Something that had been waiting was in the room. There are people who would say I froze. I didn't. I stood. I breathed. I let my eyes adjust. I didn't call out. The quiet built its own shape in the doorway, and then the shape filled with a person. It was a figure, standing, water dark, clothes clinging without drip. No sound, no shine, wet as if they'd been walked into from rain that had stopped before touching the roof. They took up the space the door had kept for them. The dimensions were wrong for a child. Wrong for an adult. Narrow. Compressed. Like someone had been pressed flat and sprung back. You could tell yourself it was a man. You could tell yourself it was the memory of one. It stood there. It was tall enough that I had to tilt my chin to see where a face might be. I didn't see a face. I saw the place where water refuses to reflect and says no. My aunt didn't scream. She came in from the hall like she'd been up the whole time. She moved to the broom closet. She took out a towel. She walked to the figure and held it out. Calm, careful, like she was handing a sweater to a guest who hadn't asked for one, but might need it. The figure didn't take it. The towel fell against its arm and stuck there as if magnets were involved, as if gravity had been renamed. My aunt reached to lift the towel back. She touched the figure's sleeve. Her fingertips pressed a print that filled with water, and then emptied. I don't know what my face did. My aunt looked at me long enough to break a sentence she wasn't going to say. Then she turned and wiped the inside of the door with the towel, top to bottom once, like a ritual. She wrung the towel in the sink without looking at the drain. She hung it up and went for the mop. The figure remained in the doorway. The air around it felt like the inside of the fridge when you stand there too long staring into the light. Not hungry. I stepped back. The figure stepped forward one step. Light didn't change. The floor didn't creak. The footprints appeared under it as it moved, and when it stopped they stayed. Small muddy ovals, mid-foot favored, heel light. That's when whatever was left of my bravery emptied out through the soles of my feet. "I'm leaving," I said. It came out flat. No rise, no drama. I said it more to mark the moment for myself than to inform anyone. I moved to the bedroom. I didn't pack. I took my phone, my charger, my keys. I put on my shoes without socks, because time had narrowed, and socks felt like a luxury I didn't own anymore. I checked the bathroom window and turned the latch out of habit. The window didn't rattle. The air tasted metallic. My aunt's door stayed closed. I went for the back door because the front was occupied by whatever made footprints politely. The back door had a deadbolt that stuck. It stuck for me. I pulled. It released with the small pop of a jar you meant to loosen earlier. The night outside wasn't black. It was that empty gray where your eyes wait for shapes to volunteer. The lake was a slab. The reeds at the edge made a sound like applause when a breeze touches them. There was no breeze. I took 2 steps out and heard my aunt's voice for the first time in hours. It wasn't loud. It wasn't anything you could shove into a sentence. It was my name without the vowels. She said it from the hallway. The figure turned its head in a way that let me know I had been doing something like breathing too loud. It was as if my breath drew chalk lines. It found interesting. I bolted. Not a sprint, more like a correction to a bad path. I cut around the house, stayed on the sandy strip that passes for a yard, didn't look at the water. The dock pointed out into the lake like a tongue. You had to step on to be let past. I kept to the gravel drive. My aunt's old Subaru sat there under a sweater of pine needles. I didn't try for her keys. I went for the road. My phone had a bar. One I called my cousin because that number exists in my hand like a reflex. He answered like a person who expected a butt dial. "Come get me," I said. "Aunt Linda's." I said the name and heard how it sounded in my mouth. Thin and used up. He asked what happened. I told him the shortest version. "There's someone at the door," I said. "She's not surprised," he swore. He said he was 20 minutes out. I told him to bring towels and a flashlight. I don't know why I said towels. Maybe because that's what we do when something leaks. We pretend we can collect it. I waited at the end of the drive where the county road pretends to be paved. The house was behind me, but the lake was everywhere. The silence laid itself over my shoulders like a wet sweater. I kept my eyes on the bend in the road where headlights would turn into evidence. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. My skin did the looking for me. Footsteps don't make sound in that sand if you're light. They press and release. The air shifts, that's all. I felt it when the space behind me filled. It didn't come close enough to touch. It didn't have to. The physics of it put a shape in my back. It smelled like ice melted in an empty cooler. It waited at the line where the drive meets the road, like the house had given it a radius it couldn't step past. Or wouldn't. Or hadn't yet. My cousin's truck took the corner too fast. Headlights hit the birches and turned them to bone for a second. He saw me and braked hard enough to put gravel in the air. He saw past me and his face went white. He's a hockey guy. He doesn't do white face. He left the engine running, climbed out and kept the truck between us and the house. "Where's Aunt Linda?" he asked. I said inside. I said she knew. I realized I didn't know what that meant. Knowing is a shapeshifter when you're scared. He swore again and reached behind the seat for the flashlight. He didn't turn it on. He stood there with it like a promise, and then seemed to remember that light is a kind of invitation. We stayed in the edge stripe of the road. The figure didn't move. It stood where the drive met the tar, standing like the idea of standing. Another set of headlights showed on the far straight, a second cousin, or a neighbor. My aunt calls a cousin. People up here call you cousin because it makes help less awkward. He pulled in and saw what we saw, and stayed in his truck with the door half open. He called out my aunt's name. No answer. He honked once. The sound didn't travel right. The air ate it. We didn't do brave. We did practical. My cousin inched the truck backward to angle the headlights toward the house without pointing the grill at the figure. He wanted light but not confrontation. He told me to get in. I did. The second truck idled in the road with hazard lights punching orange into the trees. From the angle of the beam, we could see the front door. It was open. The figure that had stood in it now stood at the edge of the property. The space between them was crosshatched with the suggestion of tracks. Inside the doorway, my aunt was a shape against the kitchen light. She lifted her arm once, like someone waving at a neighbor they don't want to talk to. It wasn't a wave at us. It was a mechanical gesture that meant nothing except, "I am not surprised." My cousin said her name like he could write it into the house. He did what people in stories do because they haven't read enough stories. He took a step forward with the flashlight held down at his side. The figure didn't move, it didn't even flex. The quiet flexed. The air tightened like a fist closing around a phone. "Don't," I said. He stopped. He looked at me. He looked at the house. He made the math the way farm kids make it. What breaks, what can be replaced, what stays broken. He shook his head once. Then he did the math another way. What runs, what waits, what drowns. He backed up. He got in the truck. He didn't turn his back until the door shut. We left. That's the thing that sticks. How leaving can be smooth. No screaming. No red lights in the rear view. No chasing. Just tires on gravel. Then tires on bad tar. Then the sound of the lake slipping away because the shore doesn't need you. We drove to his place near a gas station that's all fluorescent light and boiled coffee. We didn't talk until the town's noise rubbed our ears back to normal. Then he asked what I'd seen. I told him. I kept it plain. I didn't add teeth or eyes or motives. I said there were footprints. I said my aunt cleaned them like chores. I said the latch opened without hands. I said the figure stood in the doorway and didn't drip like the water had decided not to obey our house rules. By morning, my mom and her sister had talked. Phones do what the body won't. They go back. A cluster of relatives showed up at the lake by mid-morning. That time when the fog lifts off water that isn't this water. They went in together. They came out with my aunt. She walked between them like someone balancing a tray. She was dry. Her hair was dry. Her shoes were muddy at the toes. She looked like someone who had cleaned up after a stranger all night and decided not to mention it. No one used the words we needed. No one said haunted or intruder. They said lock. They said handyman. They said moisture problem. They said we'll rip up the runner, open the walls, check for rot. They said the water table is high. They said it's an old place. They said sit. They said tea. I told them I wouldn't go back. My aunt nodded like I'd picked an acceptable elective. She didn't argue. She didn't ask for a ride. She just kept looking at her hands, turning them palm up and down like she expected to see silt written into the lines. I slept that afternoon in a house with neighbors and a dog barking 2 lots over, and a highway a few blocks away that thumped every time a semi passed. Noise held me down like blankets. When I woke up, my hairline smelled faintly like lake. I showered twice. It didn't leave. When people ask why I like horror, I say I don't like it. I'm intrigued by it. The difference is whether you think you're training for something. That week taught me you can't train for quiet. Quiet makes its own rules. The water up there keeps its own time. It sends what it wants when it wants. Sometimes that's wind. Sometimes it's a person-shaped silence that stands at your door until the grown-ups stop pretending. My aunt cleaned the footprints stopped after the family visit, if you believe them. They taped the latch again. They called a guy to install a deadbolt. He did. He said it bit into the wood funny and he'd have to plane it. He didn't come back. My aunt says the lake is lovely at dawn. She sends pictures to the family thread. Mist like breath. The dock a polite line. No birds. I don't answer those photos. I don't joke about it. I don't bait the story with more story. I think of the towel sticking to a sleeve that wasn't fabric. I think of the footprints that didn't need sound to make themselves known. I think of my aunt's face when she held out a towel anyway. Calm. Because she had decided the worst thing is surprise, and she would not give it that. We left. That's my ending. We left late at night, and the rescue was headlights on a bad road and a cousin who didn't ask the brave thing of me. The lake stayed. The quiet stayed. The door is still there. A good door that closes beautifully. Somewhere under a rug, the wood holds patterns that were wiped away and soaked back in. You can pretend a house doesn't remember. You can pretend a lake is a view. I don't pretend anymore. I sleep with noise now. I like the sound of trucks. I like people arguing in the next apartment. I like faucets that drip because they say what they're doing out loud. I took the house-sitting job because it sounded like easy money. An old lakeside place outside Gainesville, half an hour from downtown, tucked off a two-lane with a mailbox that leaned like it was tired of being looked at. The owner, an acquaintance of a friend named Rob, met me there one afternoon and handed over a key that looked older than both of us. He showed me the main lock and the deadbolt on the primary entrance, the sliding doors that face the dock, and the sump pump switch in the laundry room. Everything creaked. The place breathed like wood does after weather. Slow, stubborn airflow through joints. Simple, forgivable stuff. I told him I'd water the plants and keep an eye out. He told me the lake was higher this year. Storms, he said, shrugging. She floats a little, she's old. I chalked that up to the porch, which sat on pilings that had a slant you could feel if you stared long enough. The dock ran out from the back like a ruler someone had bent and forced straight again. On the far side of the cove, cypresses stood knee-deep, the water line a dull seam around the bark. Gainesville humidity pinned the air down. By sundown, the mosquitoes came in a soft cloud, and the frogs stitched it all together with noise. It did it the way a locked door should not. Not a draft, not a rattle. It was the discreet, familiar sound of latch, hinge, pressure, latch again. I sat up on the couch with my breath shallow, and my hands flat against the blanket. I kept a small flashlight on the coffee table, and I let it stay there. The front door stood in its frame exactly how I'd left it. The deadbolt looked honest. Nothing was warped. The porch light showed the same empty steps, the same skewed mailbox painted with faded flowers. The first night, around midnight, the secured front door opened and closed. I told myself it was old wood shifting and went back to the couch. I didn't sleep. I listened and cataloged how the house moved on its own. Floorboards clicked as they cooled. The AC compressor coughed and settled. A distant boat motor hummed and faded. I counted those sounds without numbers, marking rhythm instead of tallies, and waited for the door again. It didn't happen. The next morning, the sofa had nudged forward, just a little. It left a proud line in the dust on the floor where its back had been. I stood there looking at it and felt something petty and unfair rise in my chest. Heavy furniture doesn't move itself. I checked the sliders to the deck. They were locked. The bedroom doors were open like I'd left them. I checked the hardware on the front door again, made sure the deadbolt threw all the way and that the key turned cleanly. I pulled on the handle until my wrist hurt. It held. I moved the sofa back by putting my shoulder into it and bracing my feet. The legs squealed against the boards in a way only real wood does, that low rubbery tone that got into my teeth. I told myself it had been me, somehow. I brought my overnight bag into the main bedroom, where the lake could glitter at me through the slider frames. I set a chair against the front door for the look of it, something I'd seen in movies and told myself didn't work, but felt good anyway. That afternoon I texted Rob, told him the house creaked like a ship, and the sofa had skated a little. He sent a laughing emoji and said the owner swore she floated. "You should meet her during a storm." He wrote, "She hops." He meant the house. He meant it as a joke. The chair against it made the smallest knock, barely a suggestion, and then stood exactly where I'd wedged it. I walked to it with the flashlight and watched my hand shake on the doorknob. I turned the deadbolt. 2 turns out, 2 turns back, just for the comfort of it. My chest felt tight. I put my ear to the door and listened. There was nothing. The porch air worked slow through the seams. The world outside sat exactly where it had been all day. Sometime around midnight, the secured front door opened and closed. That night, the house exhaled wood and mosquito song. The lake line glowed a little from a half moon, and the distant lights on the opposite shore. I fell asleep thinking about the way heavy things stay put. Back on the couch, something scraped in the kitchen. Not a rodent noise, not the soft, urgent flutter of wings. It was slow, like gravity had caught a pan and was dragging it fingernail by fingernail. I stood in the dark, and the scrape stopped. No food was out. The counters were clean. I waited. Nothing. I went back to the couch and lowered my head to the cushion, and something breathed in the corner. In the morning, the sofa had moved again. Not much. An inch, maybe. The coffee table had rotated on its short axis, so it now presented a different side to me, like a person turning their shoulder in a crowd. I took a photo on my phone. The angle was poor. The proof felt slippery. Later, looking at it, I could feel the room but not the change. It was the same picture as yesterday with a few degrees shaved off. I wanted to mark something with tape and didn't, because that would mean I believed it needed marking. I turned the light and showed it empty walls, and a plant that needed water. The air moved like it had weight. I sat up and spoke out loud to the house. "You're old." Saying it made me feel both silly and anchored, like my voice put pegs in something that otherwise kept shifting. The third night, the secured front door opened and closed, and it was followed by a series of clicks like a key being tried in locks that weren't there. A gentle staccato down the hallway. The sound was new. The sound felt practiced. I said my own name in the dark just to put a human shape on the noise. I would have slept in my car, but the idea of stepping onto the porch with the dark wrapped around me felt worse than staying in the center of the house where I could see more corners. Furniture is honest about its weight until it isn't. I woke around dawn, and the bed had shifted 2 inches down and left, aligning the footboard with a floorboard seam that had been off-center the night before. The dresser had edged away from the wall. Each heavy piece had chosen a direction as if obeying a slow, patient pull. I checked the sliders again and swept a flashlight across the floor for tracks. There was nothing but dust, dragging marks, and the dull shine of old varnish catching the beam. When the house is quiet, water gets louder. That afternoon, the lake huffed against the dock. Wind shouldn't move lake water like that unless it's a lot of wind, and it wasn't. The cypresses across the cove stood straight. I walked to the end of the dock and felt a soft, subtle lift under my shoes, up and down, almost below perception. The way an elevator moves when it settles. A slow heartbeat. "Storms," I said. Like that answered it. The sky was empty of threat. The air was heavy but not electric. A pontoon boat puttered far off, and the driver raised a hand like a salute or a steadying gesture, and then was gone. That night the house made the sounds of breathing, but found new places to breathe from. A low hush at the floor vent near the hall. A slow pull at the tiny gap under the front door, like the air on the other side had thickened. Somewhere against the living room wall, a soft click that repeated every few seconds, clean and regular, as if a metronome had learned to close its own lid. The fourth night, the secured front door opened and closed, and this time the sound of it passing through itself felt closer to the inside of my head than to the hallway. After, the click shifted into a pattern, not quite walking, not quite mechanical, moving from the front door toward the sliders, then to the bedroom, then back. The scrape in the kitchen returned and stayed for a long time, as if something needed the time to do it right. I called Rob from the deck. He asked if I wanted backup. I said it was okay. I said it out of pride. He told me to sleep with my keys in my pocket and my shoes by the bed, like a firefighter. That made me laugh, and then I did what he said. I put the chair against the door again and dragged the dining table into the narrow part of the hallway. That was ridiculous. It made the house look like a place someone didn't want to leave. I told myself it was to buy a second if I needed to wake up fast. I placed my car keys on my chest and lay still. Outside, the frogs scaled their choir up and then down like a wave rolling over itself. In the middle of the night, the bed moved under me. It wasn't a jolt, it was a glide. It took me a second to realize what that meant. Motion without the beginning of motion, like a car rolling from a stop. My teeth evened against each other. My mouth tasted like old copper. I pushed off the mattress and felt nothing pushing back. The room had shifted a degree. Some internal line teased out of alignment, and I couldn't tell you what changed, except that the wall by the deck felt nearer. I grabbed my bag and my phone and made it to the living room, and the coffee table had turned to face the door squarely, and I hated the thought that it had been that way all along. I put my hand on the front door, and the wood under the paint felt clammy, like skin after a long bath. That morning I didn't wait for the house to tell me about itself. I loaded my bag and my charger into the car. I told myself I'd come back at noon to water the plants, and maybe bring a friend. I locked the door. I listened to the latch in the way you listen to someone recite your name. I got in the car and sat there a long time with the engine running. The air felt thick in the car too. Sweat gathered on the backs of my knees. The lake looked the same, a book left open to the same page, but the line at the bank had crept a little higher. Lapping was the wrong word. It had crept. I shut off the engine and went back inside for my phone charger because it felt like an apology I had to make to myself. The house smelled sour, the way wood does when it has taken on water. The floor under the rug let out a deep sigh when I stepped on it. I went to the bedroom and found the charger where I knew it was not. The bed had shifted again, just enough to expose a strip of floor I didn't remember seeing. On it lay the charger as if someone had placed it in the middle to be helpful. I said thank you, because my mouth didn't know what else to do. I left. I locked the door. Then I heard the secured primary entrance open and close from the outside, while the key still sat warm in my palm. The fifth night. The lake rose. I got in the car and I left the key on the passenger seat like it might burn a hole in my pocket. The drive into town was steady, straight. My hands didn't shake on the wheel. I drank a bad coffee in the parking lot at the Publix on Main and told myself things with small honest names. I told myself I would go back once more to finish the job. I told myself the house was old and on the water, and the weather pushed it around. The story felt good in my head. It began in the afternoon, when the water gave up pretending. It climbed the grass at the bank with a soft, constant pressure. Not a surge, just a change that didn't reverse, like a tide that didn't stop at its mark. The cypresses stood with their shoulders under, knees swallowed. I walked the dock and watched water lift the boards into a looser set. The house let out tiny articulations you don't hear in dry seasons, subfloor groans and wall seams setting small differences. I decided to leave then. I did not make a speech. I did not collect the plants or put the cushions right. I took my bag and the phone and the keys and walked to the front door. It didn't resist me. It swung open to air that smelled like lake skin. The porch steps held, the car shone a dim, forgiving shape under a syrupy moon. I made it down the steps. I made it across the dirt where the grass had been. I was one step from the car door when water moved in from both sides, with a dumb, steady purpose. Not a wave, more like a table being slid under. It wasn't deep. It didn't need to be. It spread fast. My ankles cooled, then my shins. I stepped back onto the porch and the porch rocked a hair, the way a float finds its level when you step onto it. When midnight came, the front door opened and closed once, a neat bookend to the week, and then the heavy breathing sound moved through the walls at chest height and stayed there, like the house had leveled the air pressure to match my lungs. The furniture had formed a new truth. The sofa now angled toward the slider. The dining table had shifted an inch to take up more of the hallway. The chair at the door pressed its back into the wood like a person bracing a shoulder. Behind me, the house exhaled. In front of me, the car sat with water around its tires. The road was a pale ribbon disappearing under a dark, moving skin. Land had not left. It had been erased with a quick, literal wash. You could watch the line take it, like a hand sweeping crumbs. I went for the deck. It was the only high place without walls that could close. The slider stuck out of habit and then let me through. The deck boards flexed under the middle like a good old boat does, and that feeling didn't scare me the way it should have. I went down the steps to the dock and the dock accepted me. Went down a little more, then steadied. The house made a small correction underfoot and faced me, in the way a thing can face without a face. Across the cove, the world had shrunk to tops of trees and the shapes of roofs that were less sure of themselves. The waterline rose with quiet confidence. My car lifted and settled. The street went dark as the low boxes where the power flows gave up. I could see a single porch light on the far side, then not. Behind me, the house shifted again. Not forward, not back. Sideways the way a person steps to block, not to advance. The deck rail brushed my shoulder even though I swear it hadn't been that close. The slider curtains stirred as if to remind me they existed. The breathing sound was everywhere now. Not louder, just thorough, like the structure had learned to do it all at once. I put the kayak in and stepped into it with the grace of a person who has not done this in years. It dipped and then found itself. The water was colder than the night suggested. I felt the cold up through the soles of my shoes. I pushed off with the paddle, the blade knocking once against the dock post. The sound was too clean. It felt heard. I don't own a boat. Rob had said there was a kayak under the deck. He said this days ago, like a neighbor pointing out a good shade tree. I dropped to my knees on the dock and reached into the shadow under the stairs. My hand found plastic and a rope cut rough from being tied and untied by real hands. The kayak slid free with the easy shush of a thing that wants out. I pulled it alongside and felt the dock respond like a held breath. The house moved. I paddled with short, ugly strokes. The lake accepted those strokes like a store clerk taking cash without looking at you. The kayak responded, but more felt necessary. The deck corner kept its angle on me, matching the clumsy line I chose. I forced the paddle deep and made a wake that looked like a zipper being pulled. The house slid again, a long, smooth correction that took no effort I could measure. That's the line my brain gave me, because it didn't have a better one. The pilings flexed. The deck rocked harder to one side than the other. Not from me, not from wind. The weight of the place redistributed like a person walking heel to toe. It didn't lunge. It didn't jump. It tracked along the surface a half inch at a time. A slow slide on a skin of water thickened by silt and sudden depth. I watched the corner of the deck align with the bow of the kayak as if it wanted to hold me there between the rails. I didn't yell. The idea felt wrong, like making a dare. My breath went ragged and then not. My shoulders burned. The kayak nosed past the line of the dock and found open water. That should have helped. It didn't. The house was wider than the dock. It didn't need the dock to keep its angle. It adjusted across the water with whatever slow mind old wood uses when it learns a new trick. The house kept me in its sight line. That wasn't a sight line. It moved with the patience of a person walking you down a hallway without touching you. I held the paddle too tight, and my palms burned. The kayak wanted to veer, and every correction I made cost another degree of open water I wasn't getting. Behind me, the front steps made a little push against the lake, and lost the last of their grass. In front of me, the cove widened, and the center of it went black in a way that swallows the stars. My paddle pulled against water that suddenly had more in it than water. A plant, a line, something that snagged and let go. I can dress this with more words, but the truth sits simple. The house moved until the water told it where to stop. It did not sink. It did not crack. It did not show me anything a camera could catch and say, there, that. It behaved like a big piece of wood with a plan. The frogs had quieted. The only sound was the paddle's blade and the long, soft pull against the kayak's skin. Then, from the road that wasn't a road anymore, a dull thump like a tire kissing a curb. The car floated in a way a car is not supposed to but does, when the math is right for it. It rotated and then rested against one of the cypress knees and stayed there, honorable as a horse tied to a hitching post. I changed tactics without meaning to. I didn't try to outrun the angle. I let the bow drift until the house had more distance than control. I put my back to it and cut across the cove, trusting that if it wanted to slide further, it would need more water than it had. The trees on the far side felt like an answer. The water under me rose another thumb's width and then stopped. The house made a final adjustment and paused, like it had reached the edge of a mat. I reached the shadow of the trees and the kayak ground against something submerged. The paddle found mud and purchase. I dragged the kayak over a line that felt like the foundation of the world under the lake, and let it carry me deeper into the stand where the water quieted and the air pressed less. I didn't look back until I'd put enough distance between us that I could lie about the distance later. I pulled up under the dark lace of cypress branches and sat there until dawn, did the thin work of stating edges again. In that gray, the house looked like itself again, only newly set. The living room window held the same curtain. The sofa inside was probably proud of a new position I'd never see. The dock made a tired, persistent knock against the last post that had anything to say. The house sat with the front steps just kissing the water. Deck turned in the way a dog turns to keep you in view. It didn't follow more. It didn't need to. The lake had done most of what it wanted. You don't need enough water to drown to be cut off. You just need enough to keep your feet from doing what feet do. I told Rob I was done. He didn't argue. He said the owner would meet me later when the water would allow. The owner didn't call me. I can't blame him. I wrote down what happened because even in my own head it tries to shake loose and pretend it was less or else something else. I have the photo of the coffee table a degree off, and the second photo a degree different from that, and I have the memory of a house shifting its weight in shallow water to stay with me. I paddled out once more to the stalled car. The water had gone down a hair, enough to give the tires a say again. I hooked the kayak to the bumper and let the world make a gentle tug of war, until the rope slackened in a way that told me gravity was back. I didn't risk the engine. I took the keys and a sad handful of papers from the glove compartment and left it there like a casualty you mark with your eyes. When I reached a slice of higher ground on the far side, daylight proper arrived. A man in shorts stood on a roof and called to someone I couldn't see. I kept moving. By mid-morning, a county truck came down a street that the water had decided to let be a street again. The driver waved me off the road onto a patch of grass and handed me a towel like he'd known me all my life. You could tell me there's a draft that mimics a door opening and closing. You could tell me about wood that drinks and swells and lets go. You could tell me a house on pilings will step in, whether even if you don't look. I'll take every one of those and not argue. I'm back in town now. I sleep with my shoes by the bed, because it's a good habit, and not because I think my floor is going to move. When the AC kicks on at night, the vent in the hall gives a little cough, and sometimes I hear a clean click a few feet off and tell myself it's the thermostat. Sometimes I put a hand on the wall in the dark and feel it for that damp post-bath skin. It stays dry, it holds. But I remember the angle. I remember the lake taking the road with the surety of a person erasing a line. I remember how the house adjusted to keep me. I remember the docile, patient way it watched me learn how to leave on something that floats better than a person. I don't house-sit anymore. If you ask, I'll say I'm too busy. If you push, I'll tell you I don't do well with old houses. You can say that's a shame in a town like ours. I'll agree. I'll let you keep your version. I'll keep mine. If you ever get a place on the water, go visit it in the middle of the night when the air is heavy and the frogs quit. Put your hand on the door. Feel what it does. That's all. That's enough. If I wake around midnight and think I hear the front door, I lie still and let the story of old wood and weather do its job. I let it carry me. I don't keep pictures on my walls that can swing. I don't keep furniture on sliders. I don't sleep with lake sounds on my phone. I wanted an afternoon alone. That was all. My aunt and uncle had a small place on a black lake outside Traverse City, the kind of old clapboard house that settles into the hill and makes its own groans. They'd driven into town to pick up something for dinner and told me to stay put, keep the doors locked, and text if I needed anything. I said sure, I liked the quiet. I liked how the dock made a straight path into the dark water, how the trees leaned in, how the house sighed when the wind changed. The lake looked flat as slate and just as cold. I was old enough to be trusted, still young enough to think silence was a prize. The place had 2 floors. The downstairs was a narrow living room, a kitchen with a window over the sink, and a hall ending at the back door. Upstairs there were 2 bedrooms and a short landing. You could see the railing from the bottom of the stairs. The steps creaked in 2 places, always the same spots. I made a sandwich, washed the knife, wiped the counter. It felt like playing house, like I was borrowing adulthood for an afternoon. My phone showed no signal, but the Wi-Fi worked. I put on a low playlist from my aunt's Bluetooth speaker and tried to read. The sun was downshifted by thin clouds. Everything had that afternoon dullness, colors muted like they were under glass. The first thing that mattered was a soft noise at the top of the stairs. Not a footstep, more like fabric dragging a little, a small hush against painted wood. I looked up and didn't see anything. I listened and didn't hear it again. Old house, I thought. Old air, old boards, old everything. I went back to the couch and pulled a throw blanket over my knees because for no reason I could explain. The temperature felt off. The air had cooled in the way it sometimes does before rain, except the sky hadn't changed. I decided to check the doors, because that's what you do when you're alone and the house talks. Front door latched. Side door off the kitchen latched. Back door at the end of the hall latched. I jiggled them all and made the latches click again. The small feeling that comes from seeing the deadbolt slide home, how it says I did a thing I can point to, was enough to let me sit back down. The second thing that mattered was the luggage. My aunt and uncle traveled light for the lake. One hard gray suitcase lived by the bottom step, right where the staircase turns. It was there when they left. It was there when I checked the doors. I went to the kitchen for water, came back, and the suitcase wasn't there. I didn't hear it roll. I didn't hear the stairs. It was just gone. There's a line between normal and not, and when you cross it, you feel it in your mouth. Your tongue presses against your teeth like you're testing if they're real. I stood in the spot where the suitcase should have been, and tried to backfill a memory that would fix it. Maybe they carried it upstairs before they left, and I was misremembering. Maybe I had never actually looked. I went up the stairs, slow because of the creaks, hands on the rail. The landing window showed the lake through tree limbs. The water held light without reflecting anything else back, like a cutout on a stage set. Both bedroom doors were open. The bed in the first room had a quilt, neat corners. The bed in the second had one pillow dent like a head had been there too long. I didn't see the suitcase. I didn't see anything out of place. I was breathing harder than the walk required. I told myself to go back down. Sit. Wait for my aunt to text when they were on their way. I took a step and heard the soft noise again. Not in front of me. Not behind me. More like it came from the above of above. From the seam where the ceiling met the wall. It had the shape of cloth, but I didn't see cloth. I stood still. The air wasn't moving, but something had brushed against something. Then it was just the house again, quiet as a held breath. I backed down the stairs. I told myself I was being dramatic. Plenty of houses whisper. Plenty of houses make noise without meaning. I reached the bottom step, and the suitcase was back where it had been. Gray shell, handle flattened. I hadn't passed it, I hadn't stepped around it. It had been gone, and then it was there again. I put my hand on the suitcase just to prove it was real. The plastic was room temperature. It didn't move. It didn't hum. I didn't open it. That line between normal and not had moved, and I didn't want to see how far. I texted my aunt anyway. All good, see you soon. The bubbles didn't show because the signal wasn't real, but the message sent over Wi-Fi. I sat on the couch again, music low, and tried to read the same sentence until it made sense. It didn't. When the sun shifted closer to evening, The light thinned and turned the lake black. That color wasn't metaphor. The water swallowed reflection until it looked solid. I went back to the doors and called it a routine. Front door, latched. Side door, latched. Back door, I had to push it a little because the old weather stripping made it stick when you locked it. The kitchen smelled faintly metallic, like rain hitting a hot railing, only there was no rain. I turned back to the sink, and in the window above it, across the water beyond our dock, I saw the abandoned boathouse that everyone referred to even though nobody used it. It was a narrow thing on the opposite shore, boarded windows, tilted roofline. It had been there since I could remember, a landmark you could throw your gaze at without having to think. It was slightly more to the left than it should have been. That's the only way I have to say it. Not moved in a way you'd measure with a tape, moved in a way your body knows, because the picture in your head and the picture in your eyes don't line up. I blinked and it sat where it sat. Old boards, dark mouth where the lake entered. When I looked again a minute later, the roof line seemed to level out just a fraction. Then in the next glance, the shape resolved the other way, like a boat leaning. It was a wobble more than a trick, and it made me seasick standing still. I stepped away from the window. I turned off the music. The house went quieter than quiet, the kind where you hear the inside of your ears. I told myself to take a picture of the boathouse, just to prove if anything had changed. I raised my phone and the Wi-Fi icon blipped out for a second, then back. The camera opened and the screen showed the window frame, the trees, the black water. The boathouse wasn't there. I lowered the phone. The boathouse was there. I raised the phone. It wasn't. I pinched the screen to zoom. It autofocused on nothing. I put the phone on the counter and felt the first real weight of being alone land on me. There are moments when you test reality like a chain link. I went to the hall, stood by the bottom step, and called up a hello in the casual voice you use when you pretend you're not spooked. The house didn't answer. I walked to the front door and checked it again and found it open. Not wide, not even a full palm. The latch had released. I had locked it. I knew I had. The bolt was out of the hasp. The door sat against the frame as if it had shrugged. That was the second wedge. I closed it. I locked it. I pushed my shoulder into it and then turned the knob to test. Solid. I went to the side door. It was open the same way. Not enough to set off a draft. Just enough to say you didn't do what you remembered. I closed and locked it. I went to the back door. It was ajar, pushed a little against the kitchen rug. I shut that too, set the bolt, and stood with my hand on the wood until I could feel the heartbeat in my palm. If you've ever tried to run underwater, you know how time felt. Every reasonable thing ate up minutes. Check the windows, yes. Check the basement hatch, which didn't exist because there was no basement. Check upstairs again, which I did, holding the rail like it mattered. Everything in the room stood where it had always stood. The quilt was still tight. The single pillow still had its shallow dent. The landing window threw a rectangle of dying light on the floor. I turned toward the first bedroom to check the closet, and that's when the shape separated from the wall. Separation is the word I have because the edges had been edges, paint and wood, and then something lifted itself forward by a thumb's width and took air that hadn't been there a second earlier. The change wasn't loud, but it was final. I took one step back. The door at the end of the landing slammed hard enough for the frame to rattle. It wasn't wind. There was no draft. It was a single movement, a door that had been open and then closed, in a way that didn't allow middle states. I didn't wait to see if the shape resolved into anything I could name. I dug my heel into the stair nose and went down too fast for care. The stairs barked their two creaks in one note, and I hit the bottom step with my knee. It stung enough to put the rest of me in high relief. The suitcase sat to my left, gray as a rock, not touching me. I went around it in the long arc a person takes when giving something space. The front door was open again, wider this time. Outside air touched my face with a colder temperature than before, like the lake had breathed in and the house had followed. I put the door shut because I couldn't stand every direction being uncontrolled. I turned and the side door swung a few inches like it had been waiting for my attention to move. The back door had a line of light at the bottom. I couldn't fix all three at once. That was the point, I think, if points exist. I picked one path and made myself small. Out the front, down the walk to the dock, get space, get distance. I grabbed my shoes but didn't put them on. I didn't grab a jacket, I went. The front door opened after me without my hand on it, and if you had asked me right then to prove it, I couldn't have. I didn't look back. The air smelled like the lake does before night. A little algae, a little metal, a little diesel from a boat long gone. The dock boards were cool and gave under my feet. Mosquitoes hadn't risen yet. Everything was still, black water like a lid. Across the boathouse should have been a thin triangle of roof with the mouth open to take in the dark. It was a smear. I tried to fix it with my eyes, the way you focus on a star by looking next to it. The shape widened, then thinned, then winked out entirely, and there was only the line of trees and their black reflection on black. I heard something behind me, a door, or all the doors, adjusting themselves. I felt the house at my back like a person at a crowded coffee shop, the sense of someone in your space without seeing them. I stood at the end of the dock and held my phone up to call, to text, to do any simple action that would put me in a chain with the rest of the world. The screen was bright on my face. It showed bars for Wi-Fi, then none. Then the icon returned with a different name than the network we had been using. It was a string of numbers that meant nothing. And then the old name came back like a trick of a router that had never acted that way before. The lake did nothing. The trees did nothing. The house decided for me. The front door hinge squealed one small note. I hadn't heard that before. It was the first imprecise sound of the day. A living sound. I walked back because I couldn't stand having my back turned. I stepped into the yard and looked up at the windows. And in the landing window I saw a smudge that wasn't a person because it didn't have edges, and wasn't a shadow because there was nothing to cast it. It was there the way a thumbprint is there on glass. I didn't call out. I didn't want to teach the house my name. I went back in thinking I would grab the car key off the hook. There wasn't a key there. My uncle took it with him because he doesn't trust the old lock. Fine. The Wi-Fi would hold long enough to get a message out from the porch. I stepped over the threshold and found the back door open wide. Wide enough for the kitchen rug corner to have folded over itself from being dragged. The refrigerator hummed its normal hum. The light over the sink threw a clean circle onto the counter. My hair prickled like a breeze had gone through me, and still there was no breeze. I took a picture of the kitchen because doing a thing matters. The shutter sound made me feel stupid and human. The photo looked ordinary on the screen, except for one thing. The suitcase was not in it. I lifted the phone to see with my eyes. The suitcase sat exactly where it had been. I took another photo. This time the suitcase appeared in the frame. Nothing else changed. It became a rhythm. Doors set themselves ajar. I closed them. The upstairs landing held its breath. I tried to sit down, and the door at the end of the hall eased open a little. The latch clicked like a tongue. I rose, and the front door settled open by a hand's width. It was always one off from me. When I faced one direction, another line of sight frayed. When I moved, the error moved to match. By then, evening had tipped into the kind of light that gets into your bones. The lake turned from black to something blacker, a felt that catches everything and gives nothing back. I put on shoes without socks, because now it felt like a choice I'd need. I took the suitcase and pulled it by the handle, just to assert some order. The wheels thumped, caught on the rug. It was heavier than it should have been for a bag full of clothes. But then I wasn't myself. I set it by the couch and sat on it like a stool. Petty move, but the kind that draws a line. I waited for headlights on the road. You can see a little slice of the lane from the front window. The curve near the spot where County Road 6 bends around the old oak. No cars came. The house cooled further. I could see my breath if I exhaled hard. Not a cloud, just a pale hint, which means nothing in a house like that unless it means you're checking. I told myself I would leave. Just go. Walk the lane. Turn at the mailbox that has 3 last names because the families share it. Keep going until I hit the gas station near the US 31 turnoff. The kind of straight plan you give yourself so you can stand up. I put a hand on the suitcase handle out of habit. Something upstairs changed weight. That's the only way I can say it. The house had a balance, and then it didn't. I stood. The shape on the landing didn't show itself again. The door at the end of the hall was fully open now. Though I didn't see it open, I moved toward the front. The front door was wide. The screen door closed behind it. The spring taut. I reached for the screen handle and my fingers didn't find it the first time because the door had shifted a finger's width to the left. Not the house, not the frame, the door. I set my hand properly, pulled, and the spring complained. I stepped onto the porch, and all 3 doors behind me moved. It wasn't loud. It was movement the way breath is movement, small and complete. I didn't turn around. There's a point where turning is the same as asking, and I didn't want to ask. I went down the steps onto the walk toward the lane. The lake was on my right, a calm mouth. Across, the boathouse was gone, and in its place was nothing. Not a dark mass, not a brighter shape. An edit, like someone had taken a knife to the world and cut a clean piece out. If I looked straight, the trees on either side leaned toward the cut to try to fix it. If I looked off to the side, the cut was less, like a scratch you can see only out of the corner of your eye. The wind came up from nowhere and carried a smell from the water, cold and something like old rope. I didn't like that the house was now behind me, the degraded geometry of open and closed at my back. I walked faster, gravel under my shoes. The lane felt longer than it ever had. Each step sounded like it lagged behind itself by a fraction. There's a turn before the mailbox. On one side, a hedgerow. On the other, a clear shot down to the public boat launch, a concrete ramp nobody uses after Labor Day. From there, you can see the whole sweep of the lake, which is not that big but big enough to carry a person's voice wrong. I went toward the launch because it offered a line of sight I could trust. I wanted witnesses. I wanted other houses, other porches, other people sitting with their own quiet. There weren't any. Halfway down the ramp, I heard the car doors. Not my aunt's, not any particular car. Just the sound of automotive seals releasing air when a door opens. The sound came from the lane by the house. It came again, then another, offset by a second. It's a noise you can't confuse when you've spent childhoods riding in back seats. I should have been relieved. I was not. I walked faster. I didn't run because running is a thing you can't take back. My phone buzzed in my pocket with a text. I looked and it was a photo of our living room from an angle that would require standing by the side door, inside, the couch, the suitcase by it, the throw blanket I had used, refolded smooth, no person in the frame. The number it came from had no name. The cloud service put a pin in the top left corner asking if I wanted to save the contact. I put the phone away because if I looked at it any longer, I was going to drop it. The air got colder at the bottom of the ramp, cold enough to make my teeth ache. I stepped onto the concrete slick with the algae foam that never dries. Across the water, the knot boathouse was back, then gone, then back, then a smear again, like a jaw clenching and unclenching in the distance. It didn't care if I watched. There are ordinary things you can do in the face of an unordinary afternoon. You can go to a public place. You can sit where other people sit. You can let the bad geometry of a house drain out in a place with lines painted on the ground. I walked the edge of the lot, past the brown sign with bullet dents, to the small picnic shelter. The roof rattled when a breeze went through it. The concrete table was cold but steady under my hands. I breathed. The lake shifted against the ramp with tiny sounds. I waited. The sun was dropping behind the trees and the black of the lake came up to meet it, until the whole surface looked like a lid closing. When I looked back toward the house, the windows were dark, and in the landing window the smudge had moved from the glass to the space just inside, not closer to me, closer to where a person would stand if they wanted to see out without being seen. My aunt's headlights turned the lane white. They rounded the bend and slid to a stop in the yard. Relief arrived like warmth after a numb finger starts to feel again. Half pain, half gratitude. I wanted to wave and didn't. I wanted them to see me where I was, not at the house. I waited to hear their voices cross the water. They got out. The car doors made real car door sounds. My aunt called my name once, twice, The wind took her voice and brought it to me fractured. I answered, and the answer sounded like it came from somewhere closer to the house, even though it came from me. My uncle's silhouette turned toward the porch. The screen door opened a little. On its own or not, I couldn't tell. He said something to my aunt I didn't catch. Then they both went inside. They went inside. They didn't see me. Or they did, and the porch light made it hard. Or they believed I was in my room. There are normal reasons, all of them plausible. I stood at the picnic shelter because I didn't know how to move in a way that didn't feel like I was choosing sides. If I went back and the doors were not doors anymore, if the upstairs landing held that smudge and the boathouse across the way refused to pick one position and stay, then I would be the subject of the story, not its witness. I stayed where I was until the porch light turned off. My phone buzzed again, one short haptic. It was a text from my aunt. "Where are you?" The message timestamp said it had been sent earlier than it arrived. My reply went blue immediately. At the same moment, a photo popped in without a sender. The dock, the lake, shot from behind me at a distance that should have made footfalls on the concrete. There had been no footfalls. I walked. Not fast, not brave, back up the ramp, onto the lane. My legs felt heavy, like the water had climbed up into me while I stood and watched it. The house sat where it always sat. The windows stayed dark. When I reached the mailbox, I stopped because I didn't want to round the turn alone. I texted again. I got back a single bubble. "We're home." Then, almost immediately after, another. "We're 20 minutes out. Traffic." I stood between those two statements like they were fence posts. And I was the wire. The wind dropped. The night came in clean. A frog started, then another. The normal world layered itself back over the day in thin sheets, as if nothing had peeled it up in the first place. I did what people do. I went to a neighbor I'd never met, the ranch with the flag and the chain link that runs along the property line. The porch light was on. Nobody answered the bell. The dog did not bark. I left a note on paper I tore from a grocery bag. "Came by, everything fine, will return in the morning." I wrote my name like it mattered, like it would serve as proof. I slept at the picnic shelter on the concrete table. Sweatshirt for a pillow. The lake and noise machine set low. The cold made my back hurt. Bugs found my ankles. Trucks on the county road went by at intervals I couldn't count. When the sky went gray, the boathouse sat across the water where it always had. Tilt and all, ordinary, boarded, uninterested. The house by the lake was an old clapboard box in the daylight. Porch rail a little loose, screen door tired and faithful. My aunt's car pulled into the yard in the early light. I watched them from the ramp. They got out, saw me, waved the way you wave to a teenager who took their alone time seriously, and did it wrong. I walked back slow. We met by the front steps. They asked if I slept out there. I said yes, and didn't have to explain because teenagers sometimes do stupid things, and that covers a lot. Inside, the doors were closed. The suitcase sat by the couch. The throw blanket lay folded, neat corners. The upstairs landing smelled faintly of dust, and the lemon cleaner my aunt uses. I looked at the wall, and it was a wall. I looked out the landing window, and the rectangle of lake was just a rectangle of lake. There's a version of this story where I point to a broken lock or a glitching router and let relief do the ending for me. There's a version where I say it was a trick of light on water, heat warping look lines, the house settling in a way that nudged doors and made harmless noises at the seams. That version is practical, and I don't dislike it. It's nice to live in a world where most things can be put into boxes and labeled later. But I know what I saw and the order I saw it in. The house opened doors I had closed. The suitcase went missing and returned without a path in between. A shape separated from a wall and slammed a door without air to carry it. The boathouse across the lake moved in ways that maps don't allow. And when it got dark enough, it wasn't there at all. I left. Not forever. I went back later that summer, and other times after, because we keep going back to the places where we've been people. Even if those places have their own ideas about time and angles. I still like quiet. I still like the lake when it's flat and black and doesn't want to show you anything. I sleep at the shelter sometimes, on the concrete. If my aunt and uncle run into town, and the house breathes in a way that makes me think of rooms remembering. You asked for a true account, and this is the truest way I can say it. I didn't run screaming into the trees. I didn't fight anything you can take a swing at. I left the house at a steady pace and put my feet on public ground, because that's as close as you get to safety when safety has been walked into and walked through. If there's an unseen presence in this story, it isn't a thing you can photograph clearly. It's the way a latch can sit against a frame without touching, and the way a black lake can hold a picture of a building until it doesn't, and the way a teenager can want to be alone and find out that alone is a condition the world has a vote in. Length exception, fidelity preserved. I moved into the lake house right as the first real snow hit, the kind that muffles the road and makes the shoreline disappear. I told myself it was a reset. Fresh paint, clean sheets, a new coffee maker that did what it promised. I was a divorcee with a trunk full of broken routines. The place sat outside Duluth, off London Road, up where the side streets forget their names and the GPS shrugs. Frozen lake out back, pines with their shoulders hunched, a soft hum from the baseboard heaters like the house was keeping a secret. The welcome gift showed up the second morning. Cardboard box, ribbon that felt like it came from a craft store with fluorescent lighting and a bell on the door. The note was typewritten, "Welcome to the lake. For emergencies, feel free to use this to call the host." The host signed with the first name Evan. I hadn't heard during the lease paperwork. My contact had been some property manager who sent me PDFs and per my last email messages. Still, I liked the gesture. Inside the box was a little black puck, a kind of speaker. No branding, it hummed once when I plugged it into the wall by the kitchen window, then went quiet. When I set my hand on it, the surface held a faint warmth, like a stone that had spent the day in sun. I'm a sucker for things that promise easy contact. You grow a reflex for checking in when you've come out of a marriage, and most of your friends chose a side without telling you. So I said hello to the puck and waited. Nothing. I laughed at myself and texted the property manager to say thanks for the gift. She replied with 3 question marks and a smiley face, like I'd told her a joke she wanted to get. By late afternoon, the sky went slate and then dark. I cooked pasta and let the steam fog the window over the sink. The lake beyond the glass had turned into a single sheet of matte gray. Somewhere down the shoreline, a wind chime tapped a tired rhythm. When the snow started, it came in a steady hiss. The house took it in, adjusted its spine, and settled deeper on its footings. I slept well, which felt like a betrayal to the rest of my life. The second night, the snow rose to the porch steps. I shoveled, made a narrow throat for the house to breathe through, and checked the weather. The storm had stalled over the lake. Midnight crept up without the usual phone glow and doom scrolling. I was watching the baseboard heater's red light blink when I heard it. Someone calling from the ice. I thought it was wind at first, a barked syllable pulled apart by gusts. Then it came again, closer, words landing in pieces. "Help, please." I went to the window and used my palm to clear an oval of condensation. Nothing but snow and a line of lake where the white turned to darker white. The voice cut across it, thin and raw. Down the hall, my partner Maya shifted and called out a question I couldn't make out. We weren't living together, not officially. She was helping me settle in. She liked lists and soup, and people smiled at her in hardware stores. I told her to stay put, that I'd just check. I threw on boots and a parka, grabbed the mag light I'd bought with the house keys, and stepped into air that felt like it could bite. The snowflakes were big and heavy, soft at first touch and then soaking. The beam from the flashlight caught the shapes it wanted and ignored others. I followed my breath past the porch and down the short hill to the edge of the lake. You learn the sound of solid ice. It has a dull confidence underfoot. What I heard was quieter. A new crust set on top of slush, the ice making promises in the dark. "Hello?" I called. The call died where the beam ended, swallowed by white. He answered from right of center, not far from the neighbor's dock posts. Hey, I'm hurt." The voice had that high edge people get when they've been pretending not to be scared, and then decide it's okay to admit it. I edged onto the lake, testing. The ice held. "Where are you?" I said. He told me to keep the light on him. I swept left back to center, and the beam slid over a shape low to the surface. A person in a dark coat, one knee down, one leg out. He waved a gloved hand. Snow thickened between us, and then thinned in a breath. He wasn't far. "Don't walk to me," he said. "I'm on weak stuff. Just do you have a rope or a board? Anyone else inside?" He said it like he'd already guessed the answers and was checking his work. I looked back at the house. Light squares warm against the storm. I imagined Maya awake, sitting up, listening. "I'll get something from the shed," I said. "Stay put." He laughed once, short, not going anywhere. The laugh had no humor in it. It sounded like someone lowering their head into a winter collar. In the shed, I grabbed an orange extension cord, a snow shovel, and the feeling of doing what you're supposed to do. I went back to the lake. He'd shifted a little, but it was subtle, more like the snow had filled in around him. He kept his head down against the wind. "I'm going to throw the cord," I said, coiling it. "You catch and loop it under your arms." "Okay," he said. "I hate to ask, but can I borrow your phone? Mine's dead. I've got to call my brother. He'll lose it if—" "I can call him," I said. "You tell me the number." He looked up. The beam caught his face and then lost it as a gust blew snow between us. All I saw for a beat were the lenses of his glasses. "It's in my pocket," he said. "Just toss the cord first. From there." I threw. The cord fell short by a foot and slid back toward me. I threw again. The end landed near his boot. He reached for it with care, fingers moving slow like he didn't trust the ice. He looped it under his arms like he said. I leaned back, braced my boots, and pulled. He moved easily, too easily for someone pinned. He came forward with the snow sliding under him, like he'd been waiting for me to put my weight into it. When he reached the lip of the shore, he planted a hand, rose, and got his feet under him without the stiff panic I expected. He stepped close into the beam, and the hood of his coat filled my vision. He was young, or he'd kept his skin well. His glasses were fogged, which made his eyes unreadable. "Thanks," he said, low, not winded at all. He kept the cord over his shoulders like a scarf and looked past me, toward the house. "Warm in there?" "Some," I said. I stepped back. Something in me had caught up. He smelled like cold air and something else. Metal, old pennies rubbed between fingers. He stood very still, too still for the storm, and listened like a dog does when it's waiting for a cue. "My phone," he said. "It's warm inside," I said. "You can use a landline." I didn't have a landline. People like me hadn't had a landline in years. The lie was small and clumsy and fell short. He adjusted the cord like it annoyed him. "I won't come in," he said, sounding put out by the idea. "Just hand me your cell. I'll stand here, you can watch me call." It felt like the right kind of compromise. I told myself that. I told myself other things too, like how fast frostbite sets in, and how sometimes people get strange when they're scared. I pulled out my phone. He held up his hands politely, palms out, then reached and took it. His gloves were thin and textured like a mechanic's would be. He dialed a number fast, like his fingers remembered something mine didn't know. The phone lit his face gray-blue. He didn't hold it to his ear. He blinked down at the screen instead, as if he was waiting to see if the number would turn into a word. From the kitchen window, a light blinked. I saw it as a reflection first, a small pulse in the lower pane. I turned. The little black puck sat on the sill where I'd left it, a certain kind of green winking, off on, patient. He didn't put my phone to his ear. He didn't need to. When he spoke again, he pitched his voice down. It wasn't for me anymore. "We're good," he said. "Come to the door." He handed the phone back like he was done with a pen. "Thanks," he said in the old register, and stepped aside as if making room for someone else to pass. I looked from him to the house, to the window with its little heartbeat. The snow complicated everything, softened edges that should have helped me. Maya opened the front door partway. She had on the flannel robe I'd bought during a sale I couldn't justify. She called my name without stepping out. Before I could answer, A figure slid along the side of the house to the porch steps, moving in that particular quiet way some people have when they've learned not to draw attention. The second one wore no hood. His hair was very short, the scalp pale and damp from snow. He saw me see him and smiled like we shared a good joke. Then he lifted his coat and showed me the gun. Inside, he said not loud. He had all the force he needed without volume. I took the step because there wasn't another one. The first man stayed at my side, close enough that my arm brushed his sleeve. The second went ahead, still keeping that offhand smile, the gun low and lazy until we reached the living room. Maya pulled the door wider because she thought I needed help, and the cold came in with us like a third person. She stopped when she saw the gun. Her mouth opened, then she shut it and swallowed whatever she was going to say. Nothing happened in a big way. There were no shouts. The men had a rhythm, like a game they'd practiced until they didn't have to say the rules anymore. The one from the ice moved toward the kitchen window, to the puck, and looked down at it with a fondness that turned my stomach. He tapped the side twice with a knuckle. The green blink went steady, then went dark. The second man waved us to the dining table with the gun. He asked for wallets, watches, phones. He asked it like he was asking if we wanted water. It was a small robbery, specific, quick, and boring in the way a clean cut is boring compared to a broken bone. He had me open my laptop and log in, then transfer money out of savings. He had me unlock my banking app while he looked elsewhere, to let me feel alone with it. He had Maya stand closer to me, not for her safety, but so he could watch our faces at once. He kept us in the house's warm rectangle while the storm pushed at the windows, and the heat ticked up to meet it. It didn't last long. He knew what he wanted and what he didn't. He took the emergency cash I'd tucked in a sock drawer like a man following a grocery list. He left coins in a bowl by the door. He moved my keys an inch on the counter and didn't pick them up. He never spoke my name, but when he told me which account to open next, he knew where the tabs would be. He knew the bank's color before it appeared. He knew when the daily limit would flag and shrugged when it did, like he'd already counted on that line of defense and watched it fall. When it was done, the gunman told us to sit facing the window and listen to the storm. He told us not to turn around for a while. The other man stood behind us by the kitchen, hands resting on the back of a chair. He was close enough that the heat from the baseboards had warmed the fabric of his coat, and the metal smell had softened under cheap detergent. He leaned in. "You're a good guy," he said to me, not unkindly. "People like you keep houses running." Then they were gone. The door shut without drama. The storm did its work, covering their tracks as easily as it had softened their arrival. The puck stayed dark on the sill, a small black period at the end of a sentence. We called the police. It took a while for the cruiser to make it down the plowed channel that passed for a road. The officer stood in my kitchen and wrote things down on a pad. He looked at the window. He looked at the plug with the puck's cord behind it, and asked what it was. I told him it was a speaker. He nodded at that like it made sense and didn't test it. He was alone. The storm had kept his partner on another call. He moved the gun around in the story to see if it made a different shape. He asked me to tell it again, and then asked me to tell it in a different order, which made me feel like I'd lost my place in my own life. They found no prints that amounted to anything. The floor was full of footprints. Ours, theirs, blurred by melt, and wiped dry by instinct. The snow took whatever the lake had to give. The officer stepped onto the porch and squinted into the white while talking into his radio. I heard him say my name to someone else and then spell it. He came back in and said the same things I would have said if I had his badge. He told me sometimes people get opportunistic during storms. He told me the lake can do trick acoustics, make a voice seem closer or farther. He told me my bank would freeze the transfers I reported as fraudulent. He told me his own brother had once done something stupid in a blizzard and walked 3 miles without noticing he was headed the wrong way. He told me these things like he was putting pillows around me, thoughtful and useless. He asked if I felt safe staying in the house that night. I said yes because it was my house and because I hadn't figured out how to say no without feeling like I was failing it. He told us to call if anything changed. He put a card on the counter next to the dark puck, then picked it up and moved it to the table, as if he'd decided the little black circle had claimed too much dignity. After he left, we unplugged the puck, It had weight in my palm I hadn't noticed before. I put it in a drawer under the takeout menus. We poured 2 glasses of tap water and didn't drink them. We did the things that make you feel like a person after you've been turned into an object. Washed hands that weren't dirty. Smoothed the wrinkle in a throw blanket. Checked the lock twice. I slept for a while and dreamed the house had a strong back I could lean into. I woke when the wind flanked the house and found a scene. I went out to the kitchen in socks, opened the drawer, and looked down at the puck. The drawer smelled like soy sauce packets and dust. I turned the puck in my hand. No logo, no port beyond the power. A tiny grid on top for a microphone. I put my ear to it and heard my own breath. In the morning, the snow light made everything a little blue. We could see the lake, a uniform plate, no indentations, no scrapes where a knee had ground down, no line where a rope might have burned through the top crust. The wind had made soft dunes against the neighbor's dock posts. Those shadows looked like eyes half closed. I put on boots and walked down. Maya stood at the door and watched. I went to the place where I thought he'd been. The ice there had the same dull confidence under my weight. I stood and listened to the quiet, which is different from silence. This quiet held a hum under it, a wide electrical thing, as if the lake itself were a device that had been left on. Back inside, I opened my laptop and checked the bank. The money was gone from the accounts it could be gone from. I called the hotline and gave my name to a person who asked me to list the last charges I recognized. I named them, and each one sounded ordinary until I heard them together. The person read from a script, which I knew not to hold against them. When I hung up, the house ticked and clicked and settled like it had a different weather inside it. Now, you build your life around moments you think show you who you are. Birthdays, jobs, the day you sign something and make it legal, the day you don't. Then there are other moments that swivel the mirror and show you something else. I'd like to think I wouldn't go out on a frozen lake at midnight for a stranger calling from the dark. I'd also like to think I would. Both things felt true. Right until the man on the ice stood up under his own power and used my reflex like a handle. The property manager wrote back about the gift 2 days later, after the plows finally made the road look like a road. She said the house didn't come with any device, and that I shouldn't plug in anything I hadn't bought myself. She used a smiley face again, which told me she thought she was keeping it light. I drafted a reply and deleted it. I took the puck to the police station and handed it over. The officer at the desk put it in a labeled bag, initialed across the tape, and told me evidence processing was backed up. Winter did that, she said. The room smelled like coffee gone cold and wet wool. If there was a camera in the puck, it hadn't watched anything the way I watch something I love. If there was a mic, it hadn't heard my voice with the right kind of intent. It had listened for cues and answered them. It had been warm when I touched it. It had blinked when the first man told it to. I thought about the way he'd frowned when he wore the extension cord, like he'd accepted it because it was part of the script, not because he needed it. I stayed in the house through the rest of the storm. The lake held. The wind braided and unbraided itself around the corners. I stacked wood I didn't need, and replaced batteries that weren't dead. At night, when the heat clicked, I heard the faint shape of that voice carry over the frozen surface and into my kitchen again. My mind did that. Memory and weather braided together. I told myself that, and I believed it most of the time. We didn't get the money back right away. We might not get it all back. Fraud departments have their own storms to weather and their own paths they clear. The police didn't find a crime scene to show me. They didn't find someone to bring to my doorstep with apologies. When we went back to the city for a day, the lake house kept looking over my shoulder. I brought Maya to the co-op on East 4th, and we walked past the aisle with the salts and herbs and calming teas. She touched my sleeve when I stopped to read a label like it could fix a hole. I refused to name. We paid with a card I hadn't moved money out of yet. We took the long way home past the harbor because I like boats that do their work in bad weather. The first night I returned, the house breathed out a long sigh like it had been holding its ribs tight while I was gone. I locked the door and checked the window and then checked the drawer where the puck had been. Empty, of course. My hand hovered there anyway, warm from the kitchen light. I went to bed and lay with my back to Maya, counting the distance from my shoulder to the edge of the mattress, like that measure could tell me something about everything else. This is what I have: an object that arrived with warmth and a ribbon, a lake that froze in a way that made sound travel in tricks, a young man who knew my name without saying it and knew my accounts without seeing them, another who smiled like we were part of the same town, a set of polite gestures that folded my better self into a shape he could use. People ask. If they hear this, and people will ask because this is the kind of story that travels. If I saw it coming. I saw a person on the ice at midnight in a storm, and I didn't want to be the person who waited to decide what he deserved. I saw a black puck that blinked when the right voice spoke, and a bank that added a message to my app that began with "unfortunately." I saw a house that took us in and let someone else cross its threshold because I held the door. I didn't see a grand plan from the start. I saw ordinary parts. They clicked together because I helped them, because I wanted to help someone, because I wanted to be the kind of man who steps toward a voice that asks. After, when you tally the loss, you find it doesn't weigh the way you thought. Money is heavy until it turns into numbers moving through a system. Suspicion is light until it settles into the corners, a powder that doesn't sweep up. It sticks to your hands and makes everything you touch taste faintly of metal. We kept the house. Winter would leave, and the lake would go soft and then open. The wind would cross it in new voices. The plows would fold their blades and sleep in lots. I'd put a new light over the sink that didn't hum. I'd call the property manager by her first name the way she wanted me to. I'd choose my gifts. I'd step to the window if I heard someone at night and look longer before I opened the door. That's not immoral, it's a change in how my hands work. The storm closes, and you find where your patience ends. You find where kindness needs a brace to stand on. If there's a lesson in the ice, it's a practical one. The lake holds until it doesn't. Voices carry farther than you think. Devices blink when called and go dark when they've done their job. The house keeps its hum. The authorities take a report and don't find a scene. You move through rooms you thought you owned, and notice the ways they open to other people's footsteps. What I lost fits on a bank statement. What I learned fits in my hand. A little black circle. Warm when you touch it. Silent now. Heavier than it looks. Length exception. Fidelity preserved. We picked the place for the pine slope in the borrowed quiet. A one-story lake house outside Coeur d'Alene, tucked among tall trees with a short trail down to the water. I work at a trauma center in Spokane, and my sister Nora had time off after a rough winter. I was trying to unlearn fluorescent lights and metal noise. She was trying to not text her ex. The listing showed wood paneling, a wide deck, and a little dock that made the lake look like it would hold you up if you slipped. We got in near dusk and walked the rooms. The place smelled like sap and something old in the vents. 2 small bedrooms, 1 bath, open living area with a couch you could fall into. The kitchen window faced downhill and framed the lake like a picture. The house sat on cinder blocks and back, tucked into the grade, so the rear half felt half buried, cool even with the heat running low. There was a narrow door in the hallway with a key snug in the knob. The welcome binder called it the mechanical closet. Water heater, panel, no guest access. The key didn't match anything else on the ring, and the door had a little steel hasp over it, latched but not locked. That was the only thing in the house that felt unfriendly, like a hotel mini fridge you have to pay to open. We unpacked fast and ate sandwiches at the counter. I can measure calm in my body now. In the trauma bay, it's a muscle. You make your breath do something simple while people bleed, and the world gets small and neat until the story's over and the floor's washed and the smell of saline won't leave your hair. I wanted a night with nothing to count. We kept the deck door cracked for the sound of the lake. It lapped more than it slapped, like something was turning over at the surface, slow and patient. I fell asleep with my arm over my eyes and the remote on my chest. Nora left a lamp on in the hall. We've both kept that habit. We grew up under eaves that clicked when the weather changed. The first sound woke me just before midnight. It wasn't the lake, it came from inside the house and couldn't get out of the small room in the hall. If you've ever heard old plumbing breathe, it was close to that but wetter, like pouring water back into a bottle and the air fighting it. There was a shuck under it. as if something soft moved and stuck and moved again. I lay still and told myself the heater had a name for whatever it was doing. Nora's door opened. The lamp cast a light slender and yellow. We listened a while, like you do with a dog barking next door. The house didn't change its balance. The deck curtains didn't move. The sound stalled and then worked again. I checked the thermostat in the stove as if heat could have wandered into the wrong corner. The key in that door was turned vertical, teeth up. The hasp lay flat. I put my palm to the door and felt a cold at odds with the rest of the air. The cold wasn't just temperature, it had weight in it. A chill from a metal table. That same quiet, stainless cold. I'm trained to move in and measure, and not panic. Mechanical closet, I said. Nora said she didn't like it, which is the same sentence. Honest, just without the badge language. I crouched to look under the door. The gap was clean wood and darkness. I smelled something diluted and clean, and not from the sink. The water in the lake smells like rotten fish, if the wind carries it. This was hospital cold and bottle clean. The noise climbed once more, a full wet gasp, and stopped. We waited. A truck would have put a wash of sound under the room if there'd been a road back there. There's no road. There is a slope, and then trees, and then the lake. Maybe the heater refilling, I said. Nora asked if it could be normal. I said it could be normal and a hazard. We left it and went back to our rooms to let normal have its chance. I woke again at a little before dawn to the sense that the house had changed shape. The light from the hall lamp didn't reach as far. Cold brushed my face when I sat up. The sound had returned, muffled and nearer. A body moving with water clinging to it. When I swung my feet down, they met wet floor. It wasn't a spill. It was an even wet, cold and reaching. The rug had become a sponge that gave back what it took. I stood. Nora cursed in a normal voice from the doorway, then made it a whisper. We touched the hall floor and left footprints and felt the cold climb in thin slips between our toes. The water came from under the secured door. It didn't pour. It seeped with purpose, hugging the boards and gaining patience. The window at the end of the hall was open. I hadn't opened it. It was one of those half-sized windows to the outside airwell, where the grade meets the house. Pine needles collected in the screen. The screen hung ugly at one corner like a pulled nail. The handle sat cocked as if a hand that didn't know how to use it had worked it, until it gave. Chilled air slid in, carrying lake breath and something older, a cold that had been sitting in the same dark place for a long time. "Did you open that?" I asked. Nora shook her head. "The normal script. Who did this? Did you do this?" We were the only script writers in the house. The seat found our ankles and eased by. We stepped back into the living area where the floor was still dry and our feet wrote a story there in darker wood. The lake sound at the deck was steady. The house sound was a mouth under the door. Not opening, not swallowing, just locked in the start of a sip. "We don't keep equipment ready, but you make do." I got towels and built a little wedge dam that did nothing but make me feel useful. Nora held her phone and didn't turn the flashlight on. The secured door accepted the key turning. The hasp lifted and lay against the wall. The knob turned and stopped hard against the frame. Something in the wood had swollen, or something pressed from the other side. The key looked wrong in my hand. A silly narrow tool next to the ache in the house. I took it out and put it on the hall table. I didn't want to drop it and hear it vanish under the door. The wet clothes lay to the right, where the hall baseboard met the wall. Not in a pile, not hung, just set down heavy with water that ran off and made its own small tie-dye on the wood. A man's windbreaker, navy blue gone dark with soak, sleeves crushed as if they'd been pushed through something tight. A shirt under it, old weave, the kind of cotton that goes thin and soft but never dyes. Buttons old enough to look brown. It was a style our grandfather wore when he painted the garage. The label inside had bled to nothing. When I touched the cuff with 2 fingers, lake water traveled over my knuckle and left that hospital chill behind it. We didn't bring those clothes in. There were no other cars in the gravel by the road. If someone had a key, they kept it quiet. I took a step toward the hall window to close it. The cold from the open stuck to my chest in a way that made me want to hold my breath. The angle from the slope let me see nothing but dirt and needles and a single board of the deck posts. Wet had marked the outside sill, not rain wet, which dries and fans and disappears. This was an edge-to-edge print like the glass had worn a mouth. Nora said my name plain, without question. I looked down. The water had risen to kiss the top of my foot and flatten a hair there. It wasn't flowing fast or with visible change, but if you fixed your eye on a floorboard crack, you could see dark widen, stitch by stitch. The towels were a failed prayer. I called the rental authority number in the binder. The phone rang until a recorded voice put us on hold. I watched the water do its work. If I had to call it something, I'd call it patient. A person can get through a shift on patience. So can other things. A man answered with a brisk good morning that made no sense with the light outside. I described what we were seeing. I said we had a mechanical closet with a locked door, an interior leak, an open hall window, a screen displaced, and found clothing that wasn't ours. He said, "That can't be happening." He said the window stays latched and the closet is sealed. He told us the panel and heater are behind that door, and no water lines could fail outward. He said the sound was probably pipes, and the wet was probably condensation. He said not to open anything. He said there was no reason to check the window or the closet, and to stay out of the hall. He said a contractor could come later today, in a voice that made later today sound wide. I asked if he could call someone sooner. He repeated, "Don't investigate," which I wrote down on the back of the map of the lake and taped in my head to his forehead. Then he told us to take photos for the file. We took photos. The air had gotten so cold around the door that our breath made a faint steam when we bent to the floor. Nora slid her phone toward the gap and snapped away. The flash popped and came back dim. I moved to the hall window to take the latch in my hand. I wanted the house to be a house again. The screen metal had a bite to it that wasn't weather. The frame had been flexed hard and returned to shape like a jaw. I pushed the window closed. It fought the last inch like there was thick liquid under the sill. When it seated, the cold changed timbre the way a refrigerator cycles. The sound at the door reshaped and settled into a slow, wet breathing that found the walls and learned them. We were in it now. The morning light picked up the dust on the coffee table and made a little galaxy there. The lake lay like glass. The cold pushed at the door in the hall, then relaxed, then pushed again like a muscle working against a cast. I called the number again. He didn't answer this time. We stood in the doorway of the living room and watched the hall floor darken an inch after careful inch. The wet clothes at the baseboard had loosened with the seep and slid a bit. The shirt collar moved as if something inside gave it shape for a second, then released it. A single button shifted against the wood and made a sound I can still map in my head. At some point, the noise from the other side of the door made a rhythm I had heard in a different room in a different building, long before dawn, on a bed with rails. It was the rhythm of a body learning to pull and hold and pull again. Not much air to work with, finding a way. I have helped alveoli do this. I have watched machine lungs do this. It is not a fun cadence to hear through a wall in a lake house in Idaho. Nora said she wanted to leave. I said I wanted to understand. That's the whole measure of us. I stepped into the water in the hall, ankle deep and then a little higher. If it had been just a leak, it would have been warm or tepid. This water was cold without temperature, cold like a story you don't want to know. The door under my hand hummed with that patient breath. My fingers went numb where the wood took them in. The corner of the door had swelled enough to stick and hiss when I pressed it. I leaned and put my ear to the seam. Inside, something made the noise a person makes when they learn a new room in the dark, slow and cautious, and mapping edges with their hands. It wasn't a person. I don't have better pronouns for it. I have only rhythm and size, and the fact of water and the way it pulled around my ankles to make me part of the room. I told Nora to get back. I'm trained to say that and mean it. I took the key from the table because it would be worse to wonder if I could have. I set the tip into the lock and turned. The door moved a hair, a soft release of pressure, and the cold pressed its mouth to the seam. I stepped back without meaning to. The water rose that little further, and the towels lifted like pale, tired fish. The door didn't open. It yielded enough to breathe. From below, under the lowest board, came a wet stroke like a hand or a fin or a sleeve, dragging along the far side of the threshold. It found the place where the frame meets the floor, and tested it. The water answered with a spill that wasn't a gush and wasn't a trickle. We had been letting curiosity stand on the porch. It came in. I shut the key back, I put my palm flat on the wood and said out loud that we were leaving. The house didn't care. The sound behind the door made no argument. It kept learning its one thing. We took what we could take in a minute and a minute more. A dress, a charger, a toothbrush apiece. The floor cooled our feet and then forgot them. The deck door slid with a sound like a long zipper. The outside air felt generous by comparison. We didn't run. We walked like people who don't want to spill. Nora said she would get the plates. I said no. We left the plates. On the deck, a pine cone rolled against my ankle, and I flinched like a child and then laughed, a tiny wrong laugh. At the car, my hand shook enough. I had to look at them to make them stop. We drove to the main road and parked by a trail marker where you can see the lake through a notch in the trees. It was early enough that the sky had only decided to be a color. Not yet full day. The water sat with its face up like always. There are houses on the far bank with docks like ours. Aluminum flashing dull in the light. The lake looked like a closed door. That's the truth of most water from a distance. We called the number again. This time he answered and kept his tone friendly, the way people do when someone is recording. He said not to worry. He said it was impossible for water to come out of that room. He said the window could not open. He said to go have breakfast, and he would send someone. We ate at a place on Sherman Avenue in town. Eggs and coffee for hands that needed objects. We didn't talk about it like a story. We toggled our phones like normal. I texted a nurse I trust and asked if she'd ever heard a sound and known she'd heard it before, but from the wrong place. She sent me a laughing emoji and then a heart, and then, hours later, a photo of a plant. We went back late morning, because you don't actually leave your belongings forever, even when the cold tells you to. The house sat the same in the trees. The deck was dry. The front door opened without complaint. The hall was dry, the towels lay where we left them, heavy but not surrendered. The wet clothes at the baseboard were gone. The window at the end of the hall was latched and nothing about it remembered being open. The gap under the secured door was clean and dry and would not admit a fingernail. The smell in the hall had shifted. The hospital cold had gone, leaving only cedar and dust. The mechanical closet sat behind its door, like it had always been a closet. If I pressed my hand to the wood, it was the temperature of wood. We checked the bedrooms and the bathroom and the kitchen and the deck and the dock. The lake lay obedient and sparkled because the sun told it to. If there had been a contractor, he left no tools, no damp footprints, no note. The only proof left lived on Nora's phone and mine. In my camera roll, there is a picture where the hall floor looks like smoked glass and shows our ankles as if they'd been set in ice. There is a 30-second clip that's dark and close to the floor, and if you put the phone to your ear, you can hear a sound like a person trying to sip and not cough, over and over. The photos after that are of eggs and a farm stand, because we needed them to exist. We could have stayed. We could have called the number again and waited on the couch until a person with a clipboard told us a normal phrase and charged the card. I've stood in rooms where not leaving felt like bravery. This didn't feel like that. It felt like the boundary had been tested by something that knew boundaries and didn't love them. We packed and left before afternoon. I wrote an email that stuck to what we saw and was plain. I said we found an open window. I said we found soaked clothing we did not bring. I said cold water seeped out from under a sealed door. I said we heard a wet noise from a small interior room that's supposed to be dry. I said we were told it was impossible and told not to investigate. I attached the photos. Then I attached a screenshot of the "Don't investigate" line and sent it to my own phone for later. Like I do with patient notes I know I'll want to remember as proof of something. No chart holds. In the car we didn't talk much until we reached the flat fields outside town where the pines let go and the light gets wide. Nora said she kept thinking of the collar moving. I said I kept thinking of the rhythm behind the door. She said, we were safe. I said, we left. Both true. Truth comes in pairs like that. That afternoon, a new email arrived from the rental office. It said there was no evidence of water or forced entry. It said the contractor found the closet dry and the window secured. It said the clothing was not in their inventory. It thanked us for our stay. Sometimes people come into the trauma bay and say I feel wrong. Their vitals don't scream. Their numbers argue I'm fine. You can't bill for a feeling. You do the work anyway. You put a hand on a warm wrist and count the truth there. You let them talk until they say the sentence that matters. You don't call them liars because the chart wants a box checked. Back at home, when I shower and water runs over my feet to the drain, there are seconds when I feel ankle deep in something that's learned my shape. It's not fear, it's attention. It's attention with cold in it, like a new friend who isn't here for you. I didn't tell this to scare you. I told it so I don't have to carry it alone. We heard a sound in the night from a locked room, and found what we found. We chose curiosity, and then chose the door with the knob we knew. We left while morning still had its face on. If you ever rent a place with a closet that's not for you and a window that looks at dirt, and you hear water where it shouldn't be, take a picture, close what can be closed, listen as long as you can stand, then go. There's a lake somewhere that will hold your eyes and tell you everything's fine. It is and it isn't. Length exception. Fidelity preserved. I went to the lake to hear nothing. That was the whole point. No roommates, no buses groaning up the hill, no thin dorm walls. I told my aunt I needed 2 days to finish a paper and sleep without earbuds. She tossed me the keys with a warning about mice. The cabin was a rectangle of blonde wood pressed up against water that looked like glass laid flat. The kind of quiet that pushes into your ears until your own breathing feels rude. I unloaded my backpack and a paper bag from the co-op. Light hung low but not gone. The deck ran along the back, level with the water, and a set of big glass sliders faced the lake like it was a TV. The shoreline curved away to either side and vanished around spruce and granite. One other house across the water, barely a smudge. No traffic, no planes, no anything. Even the loons were taking the night off. I didn't bother turning on lamps at first. The glass made the lake into a pale sheet, and the sheet reflected the ceiling and me in the tiny corner kitchen. Every sound carried. The hinge on the fridge was a cannon. When I opened a can of soup and banged the spoon, it echoed into the rafters. A breeze pressed on the lake and let go. The skin of it didn't really ripple. It eddied under the dock and went still again. I kept thinking of a held breath. I ate standing at the counter and texted proof-of-life photos to my aunt. She always wanted to see the deck. The deck had a short run of stairs that went down to a floating dock. Pressure-treated boards. No gaps clogged with pine needles, no dirt. It had that raw, slightly furry feel under your palms. I sent the picture and put my phone on the charger in the bedroom. Because I was there to hear nothing, and phones have their own noise even when they don't ding. There is a kind of silence that relaxes your shoulders. There is another kind that feels like it's waiting. I wanted the first one. I brewed tea, found the paper copy of the syllabus, lined up my notebooks on the table like I was about to film a productivity tip. The lake didn't move. The cabin didn't creak. I could hear the water heater with the bathroom door shut. It came on like someone in another room taking a careful breath and holding it. I read 2 pages before the glass found my eyes again. Night had landed. The glass was now a dull mirror with a faint lake behind it. Double exposure. My reflection hovered there in a sweatshirt with a spoon sticking out of a mug. The other house had no lights. The trees were shapes. The horizon across the water wasn't a line so much as a seam, where the dark folded over more dark. The first voice came quiet enough that I didn't stand up. It said my name. It was the sound my name makes when my mother wakes me without wanting to startle me. Not the words, the shape of them. It came from the deck. There was no polite knock, just the voice like it had been talking for a while, and this was the end. I didn't reply. My brain did the math. Wind carrying someone from the road, a fisherman on the water, a TV somewhere, except there was no road and no TVs, and the water was blank as a plate. I stayed seated. I watched the glass. My reflection watched back. The voice said my name again, and followed it with "Can I come in?" But not like a question anyone expected me to answer. It had the shape of a request and the weight of something else. The syllables were soft, as if the mouth that made them didn't like the way air moved. Some rational part of me walked to the kitchen and picked up the landline, because that was what cabin still had. It had dial tone. I put it down and took my phone off the charger instead. Bars were thin but present. I texted my aunt. "Someone outside?" Then I deleted the question mark and sent it anyway. I felt weird about punctuation, like it could be seen. I turned on the deck light. It made a cone on the boards and a smear on the glass. Nothing stood in the cone. No spider web throwing that weird rope shadow. No beaver hauling itself up. The water under the dock had turned from metal to tar. The light caught a strip of it and made a small humming horizon. "Hello," I said, because you're supposed to say something before calling for help. The voice didn't answer. A loon called from far off. A long hollow sound that went up like a hand. I had always liked loons. In that moment, I wanted it to shut up, because it made everything sound planned. I locked the slider and checked the kitchen door, and the bedroom door twice. The way you check stoves and alarms before you leave for a trip. The locks sat under my thumb like warm coins. My aunt texted back a long okay question mark, then a line of "Your cousins love to prank," but they were 4 hours away and decidedly not the walk through the woods type. I told her I was fine. I put my phone face down on the dining table and went to brush my teeth, because past midnight routines are armor. The second voice came while I was still in the bathroom. It said my name into the quiet, as if it was filling a mold. The sound went through the vent above the mirror, and into the medicine cabinet. Metal tinged the syllables. My gums prickled. I spit and turned off the light. The boards of the deck didn't creak, because pressure-treated lumber doesn't, but I could feel weight shift outside. There is a give in the way air moves around a structure. Something pressed, and the cabin flexed so slightly that my feet registered it before my brain did. I told myself it was thermal contraction. Heat leaves, boards adjust, pressure changes. Ordinary physics is honest if you let it be. I lay down fully clothed and listened to the water heater try to be a breathing person. I went rigid from toes to jaw, and held there because that felt like a decision. Being still became my job. There is nothing to see when you stare at glass at night. Your eyes manufacture a second world and insist on it. So when I saw the pale face pressed to the slider, I did not sit up. It was simply there, like it had always been there, like the glass had decided to grow a face. It had the color of a hand held too long in dishwater. It had no eyebrows. The skin ran smooth over the eye sockets, so that the glass made dim little moons where the eyes should have been. The mouth was closed. It looked at the room and through the room and into something behind the room. I would tell you I blinked and it was gone. But I didn't blink. A night insect tapped the kitchen window and clicked apart. That was how I knew I hadn't gone blind. I stayed still. The face did not breathe. The glass didn't fog. That detail matters. If you press your mouth to cold glass, your breath paints it. The slider stayed clean as lake ice. Then, in the way reflections slide and choose, it wasn't there, and the deck was only boards and light again. No smear, no oil, no smudge. The cone of the porch light buzzed a little harder, like it had swallowed a bee. I wanted to call the police. I wanted to be the adult who uses services. I wrote the text to my aunt again and deleted it. I typed 911 and left it on the screen. I got up on legs that worked like they belonged to an actor and crossed to the slider. The light made me a dark shape on my own side. I checked the lock. I looked past myself and saw the deck like a shallow stage. The boards were dry. The lake was very black. Then I saw the footprints. They came into the cone of the porch light one by one, the way wet marks appear, as a foot lifts and water drips in a certain rhythm. They were barefoot, a little splayed. There was no heel at first, just the ball and the long toes and the pad under the big toe. Then, closer to the door, the marks gained shape. Each print sat darker than the surrounding wood, shiny in the yellow light, and they led straight to the center of the slider like a child looking through a fish tank. I watched the last one bloom from almost nothing into the full map of a foot. It was the size of mine. The boards on the deck were dry when I had turned on the light. The sky had held itself empty all day. There was no condensation on the rail, only these dark ovals now, each one a separate proof, each one a small lake. They did not trail away to the stairs. They did not come from the water. They existed in a short row like a thought printed out. I called 911, because that was a thing a person does when footprints appear, right up to the locked door, in a place with no other houses and no road. The dispatcher asked me to repeat my location, and I gave her the lake name and the county route I'd turned off, and then the other smaller road with the number that never sticks. I could hear her typing. She told me to stay inside and keep the doors locked and not engage. I said okay. She asked if I was alone. I said yes, and my voice sounded like someone else's voice from the bottom of a glass. The porch light hummed. The footprints gleamed and didn't dry. I moved into the hallway where the wall was to my back and waited for the blue and red to mark the trees. The air had a coolness that wasn't coming from the vents. My eyes wanted to look at the slider and I didn't let them. The deputy pulled up so quietly I almost didn't know he was there. His radio chattered on his shoulder. He moved like someone trying to be kind in a museum. He was young in a way that you see in the face first. His name tag said El May. He walked the deck with a flashlight and paused over each footprint. It was an ordinary flashlight that made ordinary chalky circles on everything. He asked me to describe what I'd heard and what I'd seen, and I did that without looking at the glass. He radioed someone to say he was at the lake house for a possible trespass, and his voice stayed on the flat side of normal. He opened the slider and crouched. The footprints shifted under his light. They were still wet. He pressed 2 fingertips to the edge of one and looked at his fingers. He didn't get any shine on his skin. He touched the middle of the print, then the next one. He rubbed his fingers together and shook his head once, a small private motion like he had just remembered an answer he didn't like from a test earlier that day. Could be condensation, he said, but it didn't rise at the end like a question. He walked the dock, he swept the water line, he checked the bedroom window from outside, and tapped the glass with a knuckle, and I found out you can feel a knock through a house's skeleton. He walked the stairs that lead down to the shore, and flashed the brush and came back up, and did the little boat tie-off post. Because thoroughness matters, he did not find anyone. He did not find tracks on the stairs. The prints on the deck didn't blur under his boots, because he avoided them. He told me there was no immediate sign of anyone on the property, and no sign of forced entry. He said he'd circle the road turnout and the boat launch and return if he saw anything that matched a person on foot. He said later today he could have a tech come and take photos if I wanted to file an official report. He asked if I had family nearby. I said my aunt was 40 minutes if she didn't get behind a logging truck. He nodded and said he'd recommend staying inside with the lights on. He used the word recommend twice, which made it feel almost medical. When he left, his taillight smeared on the glass and dragged red threads across the floor. The cabin inhaled, or that's what the house frame does when a heavy car goes away. The porch light hummed into that empty place like it had been waiting for its line. The footprints dried in stages. The toes went first, then the ball. The heel took the longest, as if the person had put weight there and had to push. They left faint outlines in the wood, just darker grain where moisture had made the fibers swell and then reseat. To explain them, you would have to explain how wet footprints walked up to a door, without walking from anywhere. You would have to show something we all know but don't like to say. Sometimes the first mark is the one at the end. I packed badly. I folded nothing. I put a mug in with my socks. I didn't turn my back to the slider until I was at the hallway, and then I turned all the way and shut the bedroom door, and locked it even though a bedroom lock in a cabin is about sentiment. I called my aunt and told her I had changed my mind about noise. I told her I would meet her at the diner on Route 27 as soon as I left. She tried to make her voice casual and told me to put on a coat. I was already wearing it. Leaving a place at night is geometry. The distance to the door, the angle of the light, the position of the things that can reflect things. The porch light made its cone. The deck made its strip. The The slider and the kitchen window made their squares. The hallway was a tube with the bathroom at one end and the front door at the other. I didn't look left to the big glass. I didn't look outside. I looked at the metal circle of the front door lock and the little scuffs where keys had missed. It turned easily. The door opened with no protest. Air came in that smelled like cold cedar, and what you smell when someone has been standing outside the door a long time, even if there is no one there. I didn't run. Running makes the body announce itself. I stepped into the night and locked the door behind me, and went to the car with my bag banging my hip. The car beeped, too loud. The interior light came on and showed me a version of myself I didn't like, pale and flattened and full of corners. I got in and started it and put my hands on the wheel and made them stay. The cabin stayed in the mirror. The deck stayed. The cone of light stayed. There was nobody in it. The lake lay there with no ripple and no interest. The porch light hummed a single note into the air, and the night liked it. I drove slowly at first because gravel demands that. Then I drove faster because a straight road lets you pretend you're being chased and winning. The trees on either side leaned in with their humble counsel. Keep going. The cabin fell away, then the lake, then the smell of wet boards. The diner's neon was stupid and heroic and warm. I moved back to campus the next day. My aunt drove out and texted me a picture of the deck at noon. The prints were gone. She said the deputy had come back in daylight and walked the property, and knocked on the neighboring house and run the plate numbers at the launch, and told her the same thing he told me, no sign of an intruder. He used the word intruder like it was a species that had not been observed in this region. He handed my aunt a card with a general number on it and a case number typed in black at the bottom. She sent me that too. When she went to lock up, she said she heard my name once. Very quiet, not like a prank, more like hearing your name carried on water when nobody is in a boat. She didn't tell the deputy that part. She told me like it was a dumb thing. We both agreed the water makes a mess of sound and carries anything at once. It was easier to let physics be honest and take the hit. Sleeping in my dorm turned me into a different person. I left the bathroom fan running and the window unit on low, even though it was October and my roommate complained. I pushed my bed under the window and lined textbooks along the sill like they could weigh the room down. The glass in the dorm has scratches from 1,000 rings and watches. It shows you brick and sky in familiar angles. At night, it shows me the lake. I don't mean that literally. It shows me what any glass shows you in a dark room. Yourself and what you've left on the other side. It shows me pale places that look like faces, if you want them to. It shows me the shadow of my head, and the edges of my lamp, and the poster I taped crooked. It also shows me the faint suggestion of a shoulder near the far right pane, and if I hold my breath, it doesn't move. When I stand and get close, it isn't there at all. I stopped going places where glass meets outside at night. Cafes with big windows feel like wards in a hospital now. I sit facing interior walls. In late afternoons, I have to walk past the science building's atrium with that high wall of glass, and I let the cold off it push against my arm to remind me where I am, and how thick a sheet can be and how thin. People like to end these stories with a lesson. I don't have one. You go out to a quiet place because you want your head quiet, and sometimes the quiet has already been taken by something that likes to be closer to you than you like to be to yourself. The deputy did his job, and so did I. There was no intruder, which means there was no one to arrest, which means there is nothing to resolve. The lake is still there. The cabin is still there. The deck boards will weather and gray and take on the faint outlines of everything that pushes on them. The glass will stay as long as glass stays. The porch light will hum when you turn it on. If you stand in the dark inside and look out, you will see yourself first. You will always see yourself first. Then maybe something else will occupy the same surface with you for a moment, and then it will not. You will make a choice about whether you moved, or it did, or neither. I rented the lake house because I couldn't hold a line of thought for more than a minute at home. The cabin had cedar shingles the color of wet bark and sat just above the shoreline on the south edge of Lake Winnipesaukee. The real estate photos showed fog sitting low on the water, like a sheet pulled over a sleeping body. The agent mentioned loons and quiet neighbors. I heard what I wanted to hear and signed for a month. I brought a folding table for a desk, a cheap office chair, and a box of notebooks I'd already half filled with false starts. The cabin smelled like old coffee and damp wood. Windows ran along the long side facing the lake, wide enough to make the water feel like part of the room. I set my table by the biggest window and told myself the empty page would behave differently here. People say water helps with focus. I'm a writer who has learned to believe rumors if they get me to sit down. The first night, the lake sounded normal to me. The wind came from the north and pushed small waves into the rocks with a steady shushing. I sat up late and made a page full of sentences that didn't connect. I left the window cracked, crawled into the narrow bed tucked under the eaves, and fell asleep to the water's steady breath. Sometime deep in the night, I woke to a sound that didn't belong to the wind or the waves. It carried thin at first, as if a person spoke from the far side of the lake and the air thinned it into thread. It wasn't speech. It wasn't music either, though it had a pitch that held on too long. It reminded me of a voice warming up, sliding up and down slowly, looking for where it could sit. I lay still and listened to it move along the surface of the water, higher and lower, never settling. It stopped when a gust came in, then returned in the gap between gusts, as if it was listening for the quiet the same way I was. I told myself it was a loon. I told myself a lot of things that night. In the morning, I bought coffee in town to get the taste of sleep out of my mouth, and asked the woman at the counter about the lake. She had a name tag that said Maxine, and her hair was pulled into a tight bun that looked permanent. Loons can sound like people, I said. Sometimes, she said. They like dawn and dusk. They don't keep you up if you're used to it. You're renting the Cedar place? I nodded. Had some musicians out there once, she said, handing me my change. Way before my time. Folks remember the parties more than the songs. The songs were no good? She laughed once without smiling. I never heard one on the radio. The house felt smaller after that. I worked until late and then walked down to the dock with a flashlight and a long sweater. The lake was black glass. Across the water, porch lights and windows made a dotted line that climbed into dark pines. I killed my flashlight and stood still until my eyes adjusted. The sound came from the far dark, thin again, holding a note that almost matched the air in my throat. I hummed back without meaning to. The sound from across paused and then slid lower, and I felt that lower place in my chest as if it pulled something loose. The wind shifted and broke it up. I went inside and locked the door, which felt dramatic for no reason. I slept, but the sound threaded my sleep. I woke with a tone already in my mouth, like a seed stuck under my tongue. The third day, I drove to the county office to get out of the house. Public buildings calm me. They're full of paper that stays put. I told the clerk I was working on a piece about the lake's music scene. That was vague enough to be true. The clerk, a man with a bitten-down pencil behind one ear, led me to a gray file cabinet and set a box on a table. There were old flyers for shows at a bar on Union Avenue. There were clippings about a local band that hit it midweek and disappeared over a weekend that was supposed to be a writing retreat out at a lake house. No name given, but cedar shingles in the photocopied image matched the pattern on my porch. No bodies. People assumed they took off to New York. A year after that, a different group vanished in late fall after a photo shoot by the docks. 2 summers later, a solo vocalist from Boston never checked out of the same rental. The final line in that small story. Authorities found no signs of foul play. Always that phrase when no one had the energy or evidence to keep looking. I took notes with my phone pressed flat to the table to keep it from shaking. Unrelated people, spread across years, all last seen out at a house that liked music. I told myself I'd write about folklore and how towns wrap awkward facts in neat stories to make them digestible. I told myself this story didn't have to be mine. At the rental office, I asked for old paperwork. The woman behind the desk had a pile of key rings on a hook, and didn't look up when she handed me a stack of lease scans. The original owner's name showed up in fading type. A decade back, there was a permit application for outbuilding modifications that said it improved sound capture. No drawings attached, no record of a work inspection. The note in the margin said approved in green ink. I scanned what I could. That night, the sound didn't wait for the wind to drop. It came during dinner, thin at first, then stronger, closer. It stopped fitting in the word sound. It felt like a long breath pressed between the walls of the house. I set my fork down and felt the tines score the plate because my hand shook. The lake outside the window went from glass to dark cloth. The neighbor's porch light blinked off, then on, as if a person moved in front of it. I recorded on my phone without thinking. I set it on the table and tapped the red circle. I didn't say anything. The tone rose and fell. At first it felt harmless. Then it held on one pitch that sat exactly where the low cabinet on the right wall vibrated, and the glass in the cabinet made a soft halo of sound that matched it. The note moved again, and a picture frame somewhere in the house caught it like a finger around the rim of a wine glass. The house had its own throat. The house answered back. I closed the window. The tone didn't come from outside anymore. It came from beneath the floorboards, a motor idling low, even though I had nothing running. I put my hand on the hardwood and felt a faint pressure. Not heat, not cold, just a push timed to the rise and fall of that sound. I said out loud that it was the refrigerator, then went into the kitchen and pulled the plug. The refrigerator died quietly, the tone did not. There's a point when a thing stops being background and starts being presence. I stood in the living room and felt it decide to be a presence. It didn't move closer in space, it moved closer in attention. That was the best way I could put it. It brought the room into a single focus. I blinked and the world went a little soft at the edges, like a camera just going wrong. I smelled damp wood and something metallic like old coins in water. When the sound dipped into a lower band, I felt the skin on my forearms tighten as if the air pressure had changed. I slept in fits, upright in the chair with a blanket over my knees, because disappearing under blankets doesn't make sense when the problem isn't outside. The tone returned in waves. I woke each time it pressed the same shape into the cabin. Somewhere close to dawn, the house released a long, tired creak and settled into itself. The tone stopped. When I stood, my balance lagged half a beat behind my body, the way it does when you get off a boat. I held the doorframe and waited for the floor to become trustworthy again. I listened to my recording over coffee. The audio had the lake's wash, my fork hitting the plate, the tone. On the playback, the tone wasn't one voice. It braided two. One held steady and the other slid around it in slow steps, not quite meeting, like someone learning how to sing a second line above a drone. If I'd never read scores or sat through choir practice in high school, maybe I would have missed it. The second line was sloppy, then more sure. I should have left that day. My body knew it. The fact that I didn't is the story I have to tell carefully. We like tidy reasons. I stayed because I didn't want to be foolish. I stayed because moving is expensive. I stayed because I had a deadline. The truer thing is that I stayed because the note sat in a place that made my head feel quiet. When it held there, my usual swarm of thoughts dropped to the floor like dead flies. My mind went down to a clear, single point. It was a relief I don't get without effort. The relief came from the same place as the fear. Those often overlap. By afternoon, I had more to anchor me. I found a narrow door in the back of the house behind a bookcase that wasn't anchored to the wall. It opened onto a short set of stairs down to a crawl space. The smell got worse by the third step down. Wet wood, cold earth, old dust. The crawl space ran under the living room and then stopped at a cinder block wall with a small opening cut at floor level. Someone had draped a heavy moving blanket over the opening and taped the edges into place, but the tape had given up. The blanket drooped and breathed with the change in air pressure when I moved. I took a picture with my phone and hated the whitewash of the flash against earth and block. I crawled forward on my elbows until I could lift the blanket's edge. Beyond it, the space opened into a low room with walls lined with rough wood panels. The panels had grouped holes drilled into them at different heights, like a game with missing pegs. In the center of the floor, someone had built a round platform of plywood with black paint pooled on it like it never fully dried. Wires ran off the platform into the walls, and then back into nothing. An old reel-to-reel tape recorder sat on a milk crate against the far wall. Next to it, a stack of metal boxes with knobs and small dials that could have belonged to a radio kit. No power cords lived on them anymore. The dust on everything was thick and undisturbed, except for one line dragged by a wire that had fallen. I fumbled the phone, and its light swung to the ceiling. The ceiling had a grid of tiny vents that someone had painted the same dull color as the wood. The vents lined up with the living room above. I could map them to the cabinet that sang and the picture frame that hummed. Sound capture, the permit had said. This was sound release, or something like it. I backed out and sat on the bottom step and listened to my pulse in my ears. Things felt further away than they were. The cabin above me felt like a body I lived in for the moment. When the tone came again, it came through the vents and pressed a low shape through the wood. On the step, it was honest. My teeth clicked once when the low band held. I aimed the phone at the tape machine and took a picture of the reels. One reel still held tape, bulged at the rim where it wasn't wound right, like someone had stopped mid-take and never came back. I brought the recorder upstairs. It was heavier than it looked, and left a line of clean in the dust on the steps where the feet dragged. I set it on the table by the window, and stared at it long enough for the sun to slide across the room and flatten behind the pines. I found an extension cord behind the couch and braced myself for sparks when I plugged it in, but the machine lit up quietly with a small red glow. The reels turned when I pressed play. The tape ran with a soft whir. The first sound it gave me was the familiar wash of the lake, faint and constant. Then a voice held a high pitch, the kind a soprano might use to find the room. Another voice joined, low and even, a human tuning fork. The higher voice drifted a bit, then steadied, like a hand finding a railing. My name came next. It wasn't a voice saying it. It was the nearest thing the house had to a name for me. A pattern based on the notes that sit where your own voice lives. That's the best way I can explain it now. The high line moved to match the groove in my memory where I hear myself from inside. The low line adjusted to match my breath rate. If you haven't been called like that, I can't write it precise enough. It didn't feel like a call as much as a weight landing on a place that was always waiting. I stopped the tape by pulling the cord from the wall. It made a soft pop, and then the silence that isn't silence because the house now had a bass line. I turned off every light. The lake had gone fully black. The opposite shore was a scatter of small warm moons. I tasted metal again, stronger, like a can pressed to the tongue. The room bent, not in a way I saw, but in the way a hallway seems longer when you carry something heavy. The tone entered the house without going through the door. It set itself under the floor and pressed gently. The pressure came with a drift at the edges of my vision. The coat rack by the door leaned, then straightened when I blinked, and I realized my eyes were doing their own sliding, trying to find a horizon line that didn't exist. My phone buzzed on the table at the wrong time. I picked it up because that's what we do. It was an email from my editor reminding me that I owed her a draft. The subject line had my last name. I closed the phone and heard my name on the tape that wasn't running. Not my actual name. Not like speech. A rise and fall that matched the way that name sits in my head when someone says it behind me. I put the phone in the freezer, which sounds like a joke, but cold felt like a good answer to a warm pressure. The freezer hummed until I pulled the plug again. The house held its own hum. I walked outside and down the steps to the dock. My legs did the boat lag again. The water had a stitch of moon in it. The wind had gone still, which should have made quiet but didn't. The tone came from across the lake and from under my feet and from the center of my chest. It stacked, like voices layered in a recording, each one at a different distance in the room. I breathed with it for a few long moments, then took a breath on my own at a wrong place, and the tone made a soft correction. It didn't punish. It invited. It showed me where my breath could go to meet it. The relief when I matched it was immediate. I didn't have to decide to do anything. I just had to be the shape it needed. I stood on the dock until I could hear the difference between the water's sound and the tone. The water was random, wind and stone and weight. The tone was a line that had learned the house and wanted to hold the house. It held me too. I slept an hour here and there after that. When I woke, there were short stretches when words lined up clean. I wrote down the facts because facts are handles. I wrote voices across water. I wrote disappearances that never came back to town. I wrote modifications for sound capture. I wrote tape of two voices. I wrote pressure, drift, metallic taste, the house finding its own throat. Once, in the late afternoon, I drove to the sheriff's substation. A deputy with a long face told me what I already knew. No foul play. People leave. Bands break apart. He had a map of the lake on the wall behind him. Pushpins where bad things had happened in plain ways. Boating accidents. Thin ice. Too much night. He tapped one spot near my shore and said something about rip currents. I thanked him and drove home with the radio off because the radio tried to lean me onto its own line, and I already had one in my head. I would like to say I decided to leave at the right time. I didn't. I stayed through the last night because the tone settled in a way that made leaving feel like dropping a weight during a delicate lift. You don't want to mess up the form, even if your arms shake. The air went heavy just after the sun went down. The house pressed up through the floor like it had grown new lungs. The disorientation this time was closer, like someone had turned the room half a degree to the right and not told my body. My hearing narrowed into a tunnel with the tone at the end of it. I put on my shoes without turning on a light. I packed a bag mechanically. Notebook, laptop, charger, toothbrush. My hands kept time with the tone, unself-conscious. I reached for the tape machine cord, and the tone went low, as if to tell me that power didn't matter. I left the machine on the table and walked to the door. When I opened it, the lake was right there like a person leaning in. I felt the draw from the water line up with the recess in the house where the tone lived. If the dock had been closer, I might have walked straight onto it and kept going. I stood still long enough for my balance to decide I was standing on land. Then I stepped backward into the room, shut the door, and turned the deadbolt for the last time. The tone pressed one more long breath through the house, like a speaker testing a room after a build. The picture frame hummed. The cabinet sang. The vents in the ceiling of the crawl space whispered. That last one I felt in my knees, not my ears. I walked through it with my bag, set my keys on the table without thinking, then snatched them back and put them in my pocket because I wanted a physical anchor. I took the back way to town to avoid the lake road. My headlights cut through low fog that hadn't been there when I drove out earlier. At one point, the road leaned toward the water and I felt my hands correct against a pole that didn't belong to the car. I kept the wheel straight and said my name out loud in a flat voice to reset the shape of it. The syllables felt thin against what was now real, which was the tone, still soft in my chest, humming through my bones like a far train. I checked into a motel on the edge of Laconia and slept hard with the TV on low, just for a new baseline. When I woke, my mouth tasted like old pennies and lake water, and a note held in my ear that didn't care about the room's noise. I drove back to the cabin in daylight, grabbed the rest of my things, and left the key under the mat like the rental office asked. In the rearview mirror, the lake sat in its bowl of trees as if it had never done anything to anyone. I turned in the lease and told the agent there was a leak under the sink, so she would send someone who might see the door behind the bookcase. She nodded without writing it down. "Great off-season rate, right?" she said, and smiled like I should sell it to a friend. Maxine at the coffee shop looked at me and didn't ask a question. She packed an extra muffin in the bag and said nothing about the lake. The deputy with the map didn't need to hear from me again because I had nothing he could use. The facts were thin, even if they carried weight. I can still write. That's part of the problem. The tone made a groove in my head, and words follow grooves. When I sit at my desk at home now, my breathing finds the line without effort. It slows and deepens and holds where the house taught it to hold. If I write while it holds, the lines are clean and clear, and the page looks like somebody else did it. Somebody who isn't always counting bills or checking phone notifications or worrying that time has slipped through another day. The cost shows up when I stand. The room tilts. The edges of things go soft for a breath. The taste comes back and I have to drink water until it's gone. If I hear distant traffic through the window at the right angle, the cars blur into a thin voice that isn't a car. It knows my name the way a song knows the word you're waiting for in the chorus. I went through the recordings after I got home. The audio from that dinner picked up more than I heard in the moment. There were faint, almost sub-audible beats, a slow pattern under the tone like a metronome buried in sand. When I isolated that band and brought it up, The beats lined up with my own breath from the quiet parts of the track. Even now, weeks later, if I play the file, my chest responds without permission. I set the volume at a level I tell myself is safe. The safe level keeps rising. I've written this down to make the edges real. I've kept names honest where it matters and left others out because they don't. The house is where I said it is, and a permit exists in a drawer that proves someone built it to do exactly what it does. The missing people are real on paper, even if you don't know them. None of this breaks any rule of the world we prefer. I left. I'm not a missing person. I lock my door every night in a place where the air doesn't hold any particular pitch. I make dinner and run my refrigerator and put my phone in a drawer instead of a freezer. I stand at my window and listen to a road that never meets water. When the tone comes now, it arrives like a remembered taste. It shows up in my mouth and behind my ear and tells me how to breathe for a while. I let it, then I don't. I say my name out loud in a flat voice. I turn on the TV. I hold the arm of the chair and feel the fabrics weave with my thumb. I can hum the line if I want to. I don't go near water after dark. I don't let my windows stay open when the wind drops. I walk past music stores without pausing by the door. I throw away fly sheets for open mics, even though they used to make me feel like a person with friends. It isn't gone. Escape is the wrong word. I have left, but some of it left with me. It sits in the part of memory that decides how you take a breath before you speak. It waits in the space just under words. On good days, I can forget it through lunch. On bad days, the house in my head clears its throat, and the room leans, and my name is a shape that music can wear, and then I have to stand up and open a window and listen to ordinary noise until it lets me have my own air again. By the time dusk folded itself into the lake, the house had already taken on the look it wore in the cold, a slouched thing, shoulders hunched, holding its breath. I parked beneath the bare birch and let the engine tick itself to silence. From the porch, the water was a sheet of ink. The old dock stretched a dark finger into it, and somewhere under the boards, something knocked in a lazy rhythm. Water on wood, water on wood. I was there for my aunt, mostly. She couldn't manage the stairs anymore, and her voice over the phone had been thrifty with details. A kind of rural stoicism that translated to, make sure the place still knows we love it. I suppose I was there for myself too. I liked the way this house framed the world. I liked the lamp in the living room, the sun-faded linen shade that turned the pine walls buttery, the quilt's long stitches like the mapped braids of a river, the window panes that gathered dusk and handed it back as something quiet. I did around the old caretaker's ritual. I had adopted it gradually, the way you pick up someone's gate without noticing. Door bolts, window latches, the back chain, which had to be eased into its notch with a small upward tilt. The plugs. Everything we didn't need drew power in the country, if you let it. I pressed the lamp's base switch with my thumb and watched the shade go from honey to bone. For good measure, I reached down and tugged the plug from the outlet. The cord slumped to the floor. The room sighed. It was almost full dark. The lake was the lake, both endless and right there, flat and unreadable. I made tea so the kitchen would smell like something human, and stood at the sink while it steeped. I'd set my phone face down on the counter, and the screen, idle, showed me a blurry version of my own posture, shoulders inward, shoulder blades tight, as though I could conserve heat by compressing myself into a smaller surface area. The first wrong thing was not a flicker. It was fullness. I turned and the lamp was on. Not a shy pulse as a bulb retires. Not that ghost of stored current. It was simply illuminated. The linen shade glowed. The light found the knots in the pine and made small suns of them. The room changed temperature, or seemed to. I was not thinking about anything mystical. I went to the lamp and looked down at the cord. The plug's twin teeth were silver on the floor. Stupidly honest. I lifted the end of the cord in my hand. The weight of it had the heaviness of wet rope, though it wasn't wet. No, I said, because sometimes talking to objects feels like a spell you can cast on your own nerves. I followed the cord with my eyes to the outlet. It wasn't a trick of a second cable, I knew the lines of this house too well. I knelt, pressed my palm to the baseboard, felt the mild cold of wood that has absorbed years of winter. I put the plug in the bowl of my palm like an offering, and then I put it down again and stood up and held my breath. The lamp continued to burn a steady domestic light. The smell in the room changed. Nothing dramatic, just a slight iron tang as if I'd held a coin in my mouth and taken it out. There are explanations for things like this. People store whole symphonies of explanation behind their teeth, and I have a mouthful. Old wiring, ghost current, some switch elsewhere in the circuit, the breaker panel. I walked to the panel in the hallway, flicked the living room's breaker down, and waited, feeling a satisfaction so sharp it bordered on superstition. The lamp did not protest. It went dark. "See?" I said, to no one who could hear. "See." I left the breaker down, left the lamp's plug where it was. Shadow returned to its regular places. A relief. When the kitchen sound came, it came clean. It surprised me into a little laugh I didn't recognize in my own mouth. Not a skitter or tremor, not a house-settling groan. Metal on metal, one note, bright and true, like a ladle drop from just high enough to make the sink resonate. I was already moving when the echo died. In the kitchen, everything was as I'd left it, which is a line people say in stories like this, and it always feels like a trick. I checked the drawers, shut. I touched the sink, dry. The ladle swung gently from its hook. Not enough motion to declare intent, just that spent sway of something that had remembered to move a moment ago. I steadied it with my fingers. The bowl was cold. There are houses that turn their backs on you when you put your hand on them. There are houses that lean in. This one had always been the latter. It had let us in. It had held. I found myself irritated at the new performance, as though a friend had suddenly taken up a hobby you couldn't stand. When irritation turns quickly into fear, it leaves behind a little bitterness. If this was a story I was telling someone else, I would not leave the part in where I went outside. But I did. I wanted to erase the possibility that what I'd felt inside was only the return of my own breath against me. On the porch, the cold had teeth. Each board spoke when I set my foot down, the soft complaint of old wood in the temperature's grip. My light went out in front of me in a tidy cone. The lake's black was complete. I saw my own footprints on the walkway, divots in the frost. I took the long way round, close to the siding, and touched each window pane as I passed, the glass giving me a little slate shock. Somewhere to my left, too far to be at the house, too close to be the far bank. Something rustled the reeds and then was careful again. At the back door, I stopped. The chain hung free. I remembered the motion my hand had made earlier, up and over, a notch so stiff my aunt had joked it would outlast us. The chain's weight now made a gentle pendant of itself below the screw. I lifted it and set it back without thinking, like a parent writing a picture in a child's room. The sill held a smear of damp, not enough to name. Some shine that could have been condensation, or the memory of a wet palm. Cold radiated from it in a way that was not temperature exactly. I dragged my sleeve over the wood and went back inside. The living room was a cave full of night. I had left it that way. Standing in the doorway, I saw the inside of my shadow on the floor, and behind it, blue-white. The lamp was on. "Okay," I said, and the word failed to land anywhere. The breaker in the hallway still sat in its down posture, a little authority making a small refusal. I did not touch it. I would not, I had decided, grant it the dignity of a test. A different light came from the lamp now, flatter, like the lake under a field of stars. It bled into the pine in a way that made the knots look like eyes. I didn't like that sentence. I pushed it away. Time muddled in there. There was a clock in the room. Another relic. Small hands in a juddering second. It had always been fast, and now it seemed slow. The tick measured a cavern between increments, and filled that cavern with watching. I retreated to the bedroom because it had never changed on me. The quilt was a map of my aunt's patience. Long channels, small stitches, irregularities she would never call mistakes. The bed was made with a crease. I stood at the foot of it, looking for my own causal role. Had I leaned, pressed a knee? No. The near pillow was soft in a shape that made my throat work. The crease was exactly where a head would be, a shallow depression that told the story of rest. I smoothed it with my hand like you calm a child. The cotton took the heat from my palm. The fabric came back, mostly, when I lifted my hand. A second press showed beside the first. The sinking so gradual it might have been the quilt remembering its nostalgia. Only it deepened, degree by degree, whisper by whisper, as though the mattress were being asked by gravity to accommodate a second weight. I stood there with my hands hovering, made helpless by something my eyes could not hold. From outside came footsteps. Not the staccato skitter some animal makes when it tries to find the boundary of your wall. Not wind. The boards of the wraparound deck have their own language. Individual complaints under certain pressure points. The geography of each plank known to anyone who has crossed them 100 times. The cadence I heard was careful. It registered each board as if counting, the way a tired person counts stairs so they won't stumble at the landing. The steps stopped under the bedroom window. I didn't look at the glass. That felt like stepping into a line and daring it to become a circle. The lower corner of the pane clouded, just there, a crescent of fog. I did not move. It held, then bled away, then returned. My breath did not correspond to it. My breath stayed in my throat and made of my chest a shallow room. The steps moved on. They made the circuit the way a hand runs along a rail. They slowed at the front door. The knob turned a fraction, an old metal mouth wetting itself. The chain kissed the wood with a small polite tick. I was in the hallway, then the house telescoped so that I could be both near and far. The lamp's light making a narrow ribbon at my feet. Somewhere behind me, and yet in front of me, the metal struck again. Closer now. The sound of the ladle, but not at its place. An intimacy of kitchenware in a room where there was no sink. The lamp wasn't brighter, it was more present. It filled the room the way dawn does when it decides night has had enough. I chose the action I could complete. Coat, keys, phone. There is bravery in a house like this, but it is not the kind that turns a person into a character. It is the bravery of not pulling on threads you know will never stop unraveling. I slid my arms into sleeves and told myself, in the tone my aunt used when she taught me how to fold a fitted sheet, that there would be neighbors awake early, that the access road was already frosting, that in the morning, facts would shake themselves out like a quilt. Passing the living room, I did not look at the lamp. The shade, all the same, rotated a fraction as I moved. A small animate correction, as if wanting to keep the light on my face. The spill of it cut across the floorboards in a new angle, thin as a blade. I crossed through it, and the temperature dipped under my skin, and then was itself again, as if I had passed through a thought someone else had. At the door, habit reached before fear. I put my hand out to release the chain. The chain was already off. The inside face of the door had 5 marks I had not noticed before. 5 parallel depressions in the varnish. Shallow and uniform, no splintering, no gouging. They were too neat to be scratches from long ago. They were too recent not to be what had happened while the lamp turned itself toward me. They looked like someone had pressed fabric there, lines into wood. I wanted them to be some forgotten accident I could scold myself for. But there is a way new grief looks, and these looked like that, still wet at the edges. I turned the knob. The door breathed open. The outside took me in with the gratefulness of air after a held breath. Behind me the lamp did not go off so much as leave the idea of being on. The room shed it like a face withdraws from a window. The deck boards carried sound again, the footsteps neither hurrying nor lagging, not matching mine, moving in their own perimeter. The car coughed, then woke. The headlights reached across the reeds and licked the lake into a long shiver. I did not look back until the house was a shape the size of my palm. I parked at the gravel turnout where the access road rose away from the water. The car's heat grudged itself on, and filled the cabin and pockets. For a while I watched my breath fog and clear the windshield, and pretended the lake beyond the glass was someone else's dream. I tried the neighbor first, the one who kept birdseed and coffee cans on his railing, and could name the call of each thing that spilled it. Then my aunt. I let the phone ring the full polite distance both times. then let it go quiet. There are sounds you do not want to add your voice to. I slept like you do in a car, in damp little drops, and when the horizon began to think about color, courage returned just as thinly. Morning makes evidence out of nerves. The front door's chain hung exactly as I'd left it, which is to say it had no memory of my leaving. The air inside wasn't cold so much as cautious. The lamp stood in its corner, the cord coiled on the floor like a snake that had decided to be rope. The plug was where I'd dropped it, unsure and innocuous. In the bedroom, the bed was made. 2 perfect hollows lay side by side on the near pillows. The second one, my fingers hovered, but I did not touch, was more exact than the first, as if the second sleeper had been better at the idea of rest. Back by the kitchen, on the threshold of the back door, the smear I had wiped with my sleeve had hardened into a comment about me. In the dust on the inside boards, faintly regular, 5 long parallel impressions ran toward the sill, as though a hand had rested there and dragged itself lightly closer. No, as though it had considered closer and then been interrupted. I could put my hand above it and not match the spread. My fingertips prickled. On the counter where there should have been an empty, a clutter of bowls and a sieve, the ladle sat centered. It had been lifted from its hook. It was positioned with the deliberateness of a place setting. In its bowl, a shallow curve of water caught the light. The surface had a thin film like lake water gets when the cold puts a skin on it. I was careful bending my face to it. I did not want to touch it. It smelled like dark. In the living room, the clock chose then to assert itself and coughed out its seconds at the correct speed. The house took on a posture I recognized. The way children sit after doing something they don't intend to confess. Tidy at the table, hands folded. There are facts. They are a comfort and a terror both. The lamp does not require power to decide whether it is on. The chain does not require a hand you can see. The boards know the weight of feet that do not convincingly exist. The bed can be used in your absence. At my aunt's later, I lied in the way people do when the truth would just be something to carry alone. I said the road was fine and the house held up and the quilts had survived the mice, all of which were either true or might be true on a day you could stand. She touched the back of my hand with the flat of her fingers. The gesture meant I believe you, regardless of what I knew I hadn't said. I think the house knew I would come back. The lake holds the sky like a mirror, but it is not a mirror. It is a door, and sometimes the door is left on the latch for you out of love or mistake, and sometimes someone else steps in and sits down on your bed and looks at your lamp and turns it toward the shape of you leaving. This is the proof I keep, not because I am trying to convince you, but because keeping it feels like closing a hand around a small coin. Someone slipped you in later. Privately, you touch it, and it tells you something useful, that the border once crossed was never really there for anything other than comfort. And comfort, like lamps and quilts and the way boards complain, is a language the unseen speaks fluently. I rented the place because it looked like a legal pad after a long week. Empty, squared off, and far from anyone who wanted something from me. I'm an attorney who writes when the house goes quiet. I told myself a lake house near Duluth would shake something loose. My partner Hannah likes the quiet too. We packed the usual coffee, a couple laptops, a cheap toolkit, a paperback I'd never finish. The cabin had that hunting lodge look. Dark timber, racks on the walls that were more decoration than history, a deck that faced a sullen lake losing its warmth. Wind had a clean bite. The maples were half-turned, leaves like rust at the edges, a place that asked you to take a breath and let it out slow. It looked right, and it smelled right, but the kitchen told a different story. The counters were crowded. There were stacks of paper towels, a coil of heavy nylon rope, a sealed pack of long nails, canned beans lined up like soldiers, and a brand new hatchet still in its sheath, an old thermos with someone's initials, a flashlight the size of a tire iron, another coil of rope in the hall closet, extra blankets rolled tight and bound with duct tape, a plastic tote of batteries. I stood there with the lease in my hand, and the little laminated welcome card propped by the sink, and the place felt less like lodgings and more like a kit someone assembled for a different problem than ours. The property manager's number was in the folder. I called. She told me her name was Barb, voice brisk and capable, the kind that always has a pencil behind the ear. Is this normal? I asked. The supplies. Oh, sure, she said. It's the shoulder season. Owners up here get practical about stocking. If it snows early, you don't want to go into town for batteries. It could have ended there, if she hadn't said owners. The listing had said the place was managed for an out-of-state couple. I said as much. Same difference, she said. You two settle in. We'll pick up whatever you don't use. On the deck, the lake was gray and level. The trees across the water bled color as the light dipped, and the air had that hollow change you feel when a front moves through. Inside, I put the hatchet in a drawer, rope into a bin, the nails on a high shelf. I don't like visual noise. When I write, I like straight lines and a clear desk. That first night we went to bed with the hum of the baseboard heat and the lake ticking against the rocks. I never sleep well in a new bed. Around the time the house finds its temperature, I was still awake, counting the beats between a soft wind and the faint creaks of old wood. Somewhere past midnight, a sound came in from the lake, far off and syncopated. Footsteps, muffled by distance and brush. Not a gate you could count, more like someone crossing uneven ground and stopping to listen. A minute, maybe two, then a tap tap tap. Tool sounds travel over water. A hammer sounds like a nail gun when the air is cold. We both held still and didn't say anything. It wasn't close enough to put a color on. It was just present, a new layer. The wind moved and the house settled, and when it came back, it was around the other side of the cabin, farther in the trees. Same stop-and-go steps. The pause that makes you aware of your pulse in your teeth. We told each other it was a dock somewhere, a hunter checking a blind, a neighbor running line on a deer stand. We didn't turn on the lights. We didn't get up. The sound circled wide and faded toward the road. Morning made it reasonable again. The lake looked like steel, and the light came up slow. It was cold enough to see your breath on the deck. Coffee made us human. We worked a little. Hannah took a run along a county road with a name that sounded like a dare. I stayed in, turned the hatchet in my hand, and put it back in the drawer for the second time. The second day, we found more of the extras, a beat-up toolbox shoved behind the water heater, a hand auger, a pry bar, a roll of orange flagging tape, a Ziploc with a folded map marked in pencil. The paper was worn like it had been opened and flattened a lot. The markings were small circles along the north edge of the property line, and an X on a spot behind the cabin where the trees thinned. I didn't like that, but I liked it less when I checked and found the X was an old stump with a flat top, and on it someone had laid a new pair of work gloves still stapled together at the wrist. The gloves were the right size for me. That was the first time I felt the scale tip. Stocking for winter is one thing. Gloves that fit me on a stump behind the house felt like a person with a plan. I brought them in and put them with the other supplies I didn't ask for, and told Hannah I found them in the closet. You edit the scene while you can. We texted Barb. We found a lot of gear. Is this from the owners? She sent back a thumbs up and a line. If you see anyone nosing around, let me know. People fish the cove and forget where the property lines are. Late afternoon, we walked down to the little dock. The boards had that greasy film leaves get when they collapse. The cold came up through our shoes. We could hear light popping out in the middle of the lake, distant and irregular. The sound of the lake letting go of its warmth. Across the water, the tray line wavered a little in the fall wind, like someone thinking about saying something, and not. When the dark folded down that night, the steps came back. Same drift and pause, same change in pressure that told you something outside the walls was aware of this structure and moving around it in a ring. We didn't turn on the porch light. Lights make you visible first. We lay still and let the house be the house. The tool noise came with it this time. A scrape like a shovel finding rock. A soft clink of metal. It circled, drifting closer, then went away like whoever was making it decided we were worth the wait. In the morning, my key was gone. We keep a small bowl by the door for keys and wallets, because otherwise you lose your life in cushions. My car key had been in my jacket pocket. I always leave it there. I reached for it because we were going to drive into town and sit in a diner and watch other people's weather, and my pocket was hollow. The bowl was empty except for 2 quarters. My spare key was not in the bag where it always is. Drawer, coat hook, desk, all the boring places people ask you if you checked. The car sat in the slim light like a closed book. I didn't like the direction my mind went. I told Hannah and we turned the living room inside out. We checked under throw rugs and behind baseboards as if the keys could fall through and show up somewhere else. We didn't find them. That was when I called the non-emergency number for the local sheriff. I said my name and that we were renting a place on Lake Road and that our car key had gone missing, and asked if there had been break-ins. A deputy named Carlson stopped by in a truck that looked at home on the road. He had the face of a man born with a cap on. He stood in our entry and looked at the bowl and listened to our polite shape of what we wanted to say. "Folks," he said, "we had a man went missing up here a while back. Old type, liked to be helpful the way some people like to be helpful. He had a habit of checking properties. He liked to think he was doing folks a favor with his collections." "Collections?" I said. "Odds and ends. Tools. Things he thought you should have. Put them where you might find them. Fixed things that weren't broken. Returned things that were. If your keys turn up, don't be surprised if they're somewhere obvious. He's not been seen since June. People around here got used to him. Habits hard to break." "So he's still around," I said. Carlson didn't nod, and didn't shake his head. "Deer season puts all kinds in the woods. Keep your doors locked. Call us if you see someone. There's cell out on the road shoulder." He looked at the rope on the table and the hatchet in the drawer, like they were normal groceries. He touched the map we'd found, and turned it so the pencil X faced north. "Some of these fellows," he said, "they don't read signs so much as they read their own plans. If you're leaving, leave, don't advertise it." We stood on the deck and watched him drive away, and listened to the truck noise fall downhill, and the lake took it and smoothed it like it does everything else. That afternoon we tried to work. It didn't stick. I kept getting up to look at the bowl where a key ought to be. This part of my mind kept composing a line to explain it in an email to my insurance agent. My key was taken by a person who thinks I need rope. Leave out the part where you can't prove a person was in the house, because there's nothing worse than a dried footprint. After dark, the steps came in earlier. Like night makes certain people efficient. They stayed wide, beyond the first ring of trees, moving slow. Footfalls and leaves keep their own time. Every pause read as attention. The tool sounds came back too. Something tapping metal on metal, then the slide of weight over bark. I pictured a man in a jacket with a headlamp off, walking a circle, making marks on a little map. I pictured him with my key. A little after midnight, there was a sound on the deck. A single step. Not the creak of wood at rest, but a pressing down. The lamp by the couch was on. The curtains were parted an inch, because I'm the kind of person who needs to know what the dark is doing, even when I can't do anything about it. The step didn't repeat. The air in the room cooled like someone opened a door down the hall. In the morning, our key was back. It was on the kitchen counter. Exact center, not tossed, placed. The little fob that had been warm from my hand the day before was cold and dry and lined up parallel with the edge of the counter. Alongside it sat our missing can opener. One we hadn't noticed was missing because the cabin had two. The opener had a length of bright flagging tape tied through its handle, the knot neat and snug. The tape was the same orange as the roll in the basement toolbox. On the back of the fob, a smudge like someone tested a finger. The rest of the house was as we left it. The key being returned should have solved something. It didn't. It was a message you couldn't misread. I can come and go as I like. I can take and return. I can add to your life in ways you didn't ask for. I can tie a ribbon on it and call it a favor. I called Barb and told her the key was back, even though that wasn't exactly the shape of what mattered. She said she could have the cleaners come out and change the lockbox, which wasn't where the car key lived anyway. She said if we were uncomfortable we could leave and she'd come peething the last night. She said the thing people say, I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Most problems get that sentence before they get solved, and some problems stop there. We packed, but we didn't make a show of it. We put our bags near the door. We shut off the light in the loft so the window would reflect instead of show a picture. We didn't stand in front of glass. We didn't talk loud. We waited for daylight to even the scales. It didn't. The steps were closer that last night. They moved at a steady distance, then drifted in until the boards on the deck took the weight and pressed it to muscle and bone. Something metal touched the railing, a tool rasping a little arc on varnish. The kind of line you know you could put your finger in later. The sound went to the far corner, stopped, and then nothing. Pause as punctuation. The lake breathed. The house settled. It felt like listening to someone else think. Hannah whispered that we should go now. I thought about the flashlight on the counter, and the way it would look from outside if someone switched on a line of light and walked down the steps. I thought about how fast light travels and how slow people move inside it. We waited. The weight left the boards and stepped back into leaves. The sound drifted to the tree line and made a slow, wide turn. It was a loop now, not a circle. The loop tightened, then widened. A shape you know from watching dogs decide if a yard is theirs. Near dawn, when the air went from black to steel and the birds hadn't started, we moved. We carried our bags like we were holding cups of water. The bowl by the door had the quarters lined up like eyes. The key sat on top of my wallet. Another arrangement. A new touch. On the inside of the front door, above the knob, 3 small fresh dents in the wood, stacked vertical and evenly spaced. Tool marks. The pattern of a claw hammer testing the grain. We didn't lock the door behind us. The car started on the first try. The driveway curved through trees that held their leaves like coins. At the road we saw someone had driven a stake into the ditch across from the mailbox and tied a line of flagging tape that took the wind and snapped. The tape matched a knot on our can opener. It matched the roll in the basement. It matched the tie now on one of our duffel zipper pulls that neither of us had put there. I wanted to pull over and strip it off and throw it in the ditch. I didn't. We drove into town and stepped into a diner, where the heat fogs the windows and the coffee comes in thick mugs that trap your hands. We sat where we could see the door. 2 men in caps argued about bait. A woman wiped down a counter and didn't notice us twice. When my pulse came down, I called Barb and told her we were leaving the key on the kitchen counter. She said she'd have someone check the place. She asked me to text when we got home. We didn't go back to the cabin. If there were marks on the rail where metal touched wood, I didn't see them. If there were prints on the deck boards, the wind erased them. If the deputy had a name for the pattern of a person who gifts you rope and returns your key and marks your door with a hammer, he didn't give it to me. At home, the car key sat in the bowl like any other day. We didn't hang the can opener with the others. The tape stayed tied on it for a month. I meant to cut it off, but then it felt like admitting it belonged to us now, and I didn't like the logic of that. When people ask about the lake, I tell them it was quiet. I tell them the leaves turned fast and the air was clean and the house was well stocked for winter. I leave out the steps until they insist they want the whole thing, and then I say a person out there wanted to be useful in a way that was about them, not us. They wanted to cross a line and make us live inside their plan. They wanted our fear to be part of their kit. We didn't file a report. We didn't post about it. We didn't leave a review. Some things don't want a conversation. They want a circle to walk around you until you feel it when it's gone. We drove out of the lake country at dawn, and the road smoothed under the tires, and the towns got closer together and the sky lost its hard edge. I write for a living when the house goes quiet. I don't write about the sound of careful steps outside a wall I paid to borrow. I don't write about helpful men who don't knock. I only say this much. A key in the center of a counter is a sentence you don't get to finish. If you look up from it and see a length of orange tape where your hand was, pack your bag in the daylight and go. Then do the best thing you can do for yourself and the next person who rents a quiet house by a lake. You don't have to explain. You don't have to name it. You can just stop telling the story there and let the silence do the last work. I kept telling people we were going to the lake to fix what we broke. I said it like I believed it. I booked a place off-season, a squat gray wood box a mile down a rutted track outside Saranac Lake. set back in a stand of spruce with a deck that listed toward the water. The listing called it a classic camp with modern touches. It smelled like old rope and damp wool. We drove in fast ahead of a storm so big the radio quit interrupting songs and just stayed in that rain warning voice. I liked the sound of it because it meant the road behind us was already washing out. There's a kind of peace in being unreachable. There's also a kind of hostage feeling. I was trying not to notice which one I liked more. We spent the first hour walking the place like you do any rental. I went light switches to lamps to outlets, cleaning off the greasy film you get on older kitchens. The front door was newer than the frame, white metal with a deadbolt that clicked smooth and eager. The back slider stuck until you lifted it with hip and shoulder. Then it grated along metal like sand and teeth. Windows were those aluminum crankouts with screens, all of them a little gummy. I made notes for myself, because lists to calm me down. There were mugs. There was a working stovetop. There were extra batteries in the junk drawer with the smooth marbles and old keys. The lake threw light through the living room, like someone was swiveling a mirror. We said we would talk, but the storm arrived first. The barometer dropped. You could feel it in your ears. The pressure pushed the mood flat in a way that had nothing to do with us. We ate standing up in the kitchen because the table wobbled. I told her I booked it under my name because I owed her that. She said she didn't want to be on any more leases with me, and made a joke about all the haunted lake movies, and I laughed because it was easy. Wind came up. The first hit of rain came sideways, and the big spruce outside the bedroom window leaned until the trunk made that tired wood sound you only hear in old houses, when the framing shifts. I checked the door again before bed. I always do it twice. The deadbolt slid fine. The door sat flush. The slider lock lined up. It felt safe enough to say the word out loud. I woke in the dark because the air was wrong. The lake smell changed. The storm had a taste to it, metal like a spoon on your tongue. The outlet strip under the TV pulsed like a sleeping animal, on and off lazily between hits of thunder. I went to the front door in bare feet to watch the rain curtain and settle my breathing. My hand found the deadbolt by habit. It didn't turn. It gave the tiniest movement, half a tooth, then wouldn't go. For a second, I told myself the frame had swollen. Old wood, new door, the pressure change. Weather does that. I put my shoulder into it like you do when a door is stuck. The handle rattled in a way that didn't match the bolt, like there was something else catching. The hair on my arms went up. I told myself I was cold. Stuck? She asked from the hallway. I heard her pull the sweatshirt over her head and her feet scuff the rug. It's the storm, I said. I kept my voice soft. We were trying to be soft with each other. Frame swollen. I tried again, gentle, then harder. The bolt still didn't move. The knob turned freely inside its housing, old-fashioned free spin, but with a hollow backstop I didn't recognize. I flipped the porch light. The deck went gray and brilliant under a wash of rain. Boards slicked, water pinwheeling off the grill cover. The door looked normal. I put my face close to the glass to see the strike plate. There was a strip of metal I hadn't seen before, shining along the edge of the frame like a tongue depressor. It wasn't part of the door. It covered the seam, pinned with little dark dots that might have been screws. I touched the edge of it and felt the faintest give like a magnet hugging a fridge. The strip was flush enough that I would not have noticed it in daylight. I didn't like how easily that sentence formed. We walked the house in a tight loop. The back slider wouldn't open either. The latch rocked like it wanted to obey but didn't, because the frame had something else gripping it. The kitchen window cranks spun nice and easy until they didn't, the metal handles turning without moving the arms. When I popped a screen to see if I could push a corner, I heard the tinkle I know from every rental, a little glass sphere rolling in a track. The latch, when it slid back, hit a stop that wasn't part of it. On the outside, rain pinned the screens tight to the aluminum like they were shrink-wrapped. "Okay," she said. Quiet, in a way that makes quiet feel crowded. Okay. We told ourselves we were being paranoid. Then the power flicked and died. The hum of the fridge stopped. The house took on that old house darkness, the kind that feels thick because your eyes keep trying to pull detail from wood. Rain filled the absence with that giant noise it makes against flat surfaces. I had a camp flashlight from a gas station. The beam was weak and yellow, but it made the room honest. I walked it across the doorframe and saw the thin line where the metal met wood. Somebody had set this up to cover the gap. The metal was the kind of thing you buy by the foot and cut with tin snips. It matched the paint too well for a quick job. I didn't say any of that. I moved to the junk drawer. The keys in there weren't random. There were 2 that matched the basement hasp, and 1 that fit nothing in the house. Each had masking tape with someone else's handwriting. I had been here enough times in my life to recognize when a place tries to tell you what it used to be. She went to the bedroom for her phone. No bars. Even the little emergency SOS badge had a slash through it. I held mine up to the window, because you always try. The storm made the glass jitter under my hand. I sent him the check, she said from the bedroom doorway. The word check, old-fashioned in her mouth. I have the messages. He said his aunt used to own it, and he was helping them out. He said he was a nurse. There's a way people tell you who they are that explains the kind of corner you're about to get pushed into. I thought of how fast he'd sent the confirmation after I booked. The long message about the lake rules and the neighbors and where to put the trash. I thought of the last line, signed with a name I can still say perfectly, telling me I'd love the solitude. I had loved it a little too much. We tried the doors again so we could say we did. The metal at the front was fixed to the frame at intervals. If you worked the edge, it bowed a hair. I pushed the screwdriver from the drawer under it and felt the magnet bite. The screwdriver lifted. A strip hidden under the molding had magnets or something like magnets along it, set at an angle to pull the door toward its own frame. It was neat. It was not casual. It belonged to someone who had time. Call, she said, meaning anyone. Call someone. We dialed anyway. The call screen sat blank. I put the speakers to the window because that is one of those things the internet says to try, and the phone found enough signal to send out something like a location ping. The storm ate it. We went down to the basement because we wanted wider walls. The stairs were shallow with nails that had worked up and made the wood prickle your feet. The light down there was a pull chain with a metal bead string. I could smell damp earth and the sugar smell of dead mice. The space was squared off by cinder block painted a gray the color of wet newsprint. Along the back wall, under the little horizontal window, a workbench sat stiff with old clamps and cans of finish. On the bench, lined up like teeth, were little brass tags. Each had a stamped number. There was a label maker strip above them that said door, deck, slider, windows. The plastic letters smeared by a thumb. I looked at the little basement window. It had those screws on the corners that the landlord puts in when they don't want kids sneaking out. The screws were new. Outside that window, a cut of earth and wet leaves plastered the well. Under the leaves, something dark crossed the width, like a strap. When I put my fingers to the chain, a cold draft rolled over my knuckles. I thought of all the air a house holds. I thought of fuel mixtures and pilot lights, because once you start listing, you can't stop. Upstairs, the storm changed shape. The wind stopped and the rain kept going, and the whole house exhaled. That's when I heard the step. Not near above the roof took a footfall close to the eave. I turned off the basement light. We didn't speak. The step came again, soft and measured, making the ceiling powder tremble down and taste like chalk on my tongue. A third step crossed the peak where the metal ridge cap would be. Then nothing. The rain went back to its big wash. We waited. Waiting has a shape too. It lengthens you. Sometimes your brain will go get a memory you didn't want. Mine brought up the first time I spoke to the guy about the place. How he'd tapped his ring on his phone in the video call like he was impatient. How he'd said his aunt hadn't been back since her husband passed. How he'd said he had to get rid of tenants who left it a mess. Tenants like a pronoun he didn't want to use. I watched his face in my head and tried to place where I'd seen it before, and then stopped trying. The storm hit again, harder, and the house creaked in sympathy. The screws in the basement window made tiny alarm clock sounds as the frame took pressure. I went to the stairs because I didn't want to be the person in the basement if the upstairs changed. The upstairs had changed. The strip on the front door was no longer perfectly straight. It had a small buckle near the top, a wave of metal the way a ribbon kinks. That gave me a thing to fix that wasn't us. I jammed the screwdriver under the buckle and levered. It moved, a whisper. The magnet let go a hair, and the door awoke in its frame with the smallest pop. You know that sound when a jar opens? That. He waited until I did that to knock. It wasn't a polite knock, or a cop knock, or a lazy neighbor knock. It was the kind of knock that says you're already in a sentence with me. It came in 3 steady hits, spaced for breath. I could see nothing through the frosted storm glass, just the blur of my own shoulder and the wet beyond. No, she said from the hallway. Not to him. To me. I didn't answer the knock. I put my hand on the deadbolt and didn't move it. The knock came again, patient. It wasn't yelling, there was rain in it, and the slap of it against the deck. I put my mouth close to the door. I said, "We've called." And even without service, the sentence made the shape of a warning. Something on the other side clicked. Not the bolt, the magnet. The strip at the buckle settled, as if pushed back into place by a narrow tool. "You need to stop," she said, and I don't think she was talking to me anymore. We went to the back because there was more glass. The slider showed the railing and the lake beyond it, all of it smudged by rain. The reflection of the room made it hard to see the deck. Then lightning hit out on the lake and the flash drained the backyard to paper. In that flat light, low and quiet, I saw 2 dark lines crossing where the slider met the frame. They were cords or bands, ratcheted down and affixed to hooks. Hooks that weren't there before. Hooks that had always been there. If you take his side of the story, I couldn't keep the calm voice. "He put hardware on the outside," I said. Saying it out loud made the room tip. "He put?" The sound on the roof came again, followed by the soft slide of something being dragged. Not heavy, not metal, a rope maybe, a hose. It moved to the back and then to the side in a patient path, the way someone would move if they were avoiding skylights and sticking to ribs. The shape of it came clear in my head, and I didn't want to imagine hands. I pictured a tool bag instead, and made my breathing fill the room so the house wouldn't. There are a lot of ways houses hold you. The worst ones feel considerate. I made a plan. I don't know if it was good. It was the only one I could chew. We had 2 interior doors with hollow cores that would break if you looked at them sideways. We had coat hooks. We had the iron poker by the fake fireplace. We had a kitchen table that was more wobble than wood. None of it mattered for what was outside because there's a scale problem between inside and outside. But if I didn't move, I was going to scream, and the point was to be quiet. I went back to the front door. I took the screwdriver in hand and put my weight under the buckle. It lifted a sliver. The magnet thumped like a heart against my palm. The deadbolt turned another half-tooth. I did it again. Each time I moved the strip, the door felt more like a door and less like a wall. She stood behind me, the poker balanced like a forgotten umbrella. When the strip gave enough to make the frame breathe, the knock came a 3rd time. Whoever it was had waited exactly for that sound. "I think it's the neighbor," I said, because words like neighbor sit on your tongue. Like aspirin. You swallow them because you want them to work. "Don't," she said. The latch on the back slider whispered. Not moved, flexed. The outside hardware pulled. Testing, then settled back. The house flexed and unflexed with it. Through the glass, I thought I saw the dark smudge of a person in the reflection. Out where the deck met the stair. It could have been the railing. It could have been nothing. I stood there longer than any sane person would. The 4th knock wasn't a knock. It was the door frame turning into an instrument. He put something metal in the space between frame and door, and levered, and the sound of it carried down into the wood. The strip cut my finger through the screwdriver handle. I tasted rust. I did the stupid thing. I yanked. The deadbolt went 1 more notch. The door shifted. Air hit my face that wasn't house air. I smelled wet pine and cold mud and breath. I put my foot against the jamb and pulled again. The bolt turned with a final gritty squeal, and the door swung inward an inch, then 2, then stopped at the strip. The strip held like a seatbelt across my eyes. It was just enough to wedge my hand into the gap and grab air. He leaned into the opening. Not inside. Close enough that the rain off his jacket fell onto the mat. He said my name. The way my mother says my name when she's decided the conversation is over. I shoved the poker out through the gap and hit nothing. The metal strip groaned. The magnets let go in a sequence I can still hear if I'm alone. He shifted his weight. I could tell because the deck boards made a different hollow under him. And in the space where the door was mostly open, and my brain told me this counted as freedom, he put his hand flat on the outside of the door and pressed. His palm was pale against the white. The gesture wasn't violent. It was instructional. We went at the same time. He pushed. I pulled. The strip bent and popped. The deadbolt chain I hadn't seen because it wasn't a chain, it was a flat band set under the molding, caught, and then tore. A noise scraped the length of the frame like a zipper. We were both making the kind of sound people make when they lift refrigerators upstairs. The door jumped. The hinge screws screamed, and then it gave. A foot too. He stepped back and did the reasonable thing, which was to change tactics. He let go. The door opened. Opened is the wrong word for what a door does. When a storm holds the pressure on it, and the person on the other side takes their hand away. It ripped out of my grip and slammed against the wall. Cold hit the room. Rain blew in like a ghost had run in off the deck. The mat went with it, skidding. I saw the deck clearly for the first time. Wet boards, a plastic storage box, the smear of footprints that weren't new, a dense square shadow at the top of the stairs. I didn't wait to study him. I didn't want to see his face cleanly, because it would make this story about a face. I took the opening, the way people grab at dropped groceries, not thinking about the jar at the bottom. I hooked my arm around the door and put my shoulder into the gap and ran at it with the small part of me that still wants things. I went through the space sideways and hit the deck with the side of my knee. Pain detonated behind my kneecap. My foot slid. I grabbed the railing, and it tore cold splinters into my palm. She was behind me, then beside me, then ahead, because her body remembered how to choose right faster than mine. We took the stairs two at a time. That's when the world at ankle height changed. Something closed around my leg with a hard, bright snap. Not teeth, hardware. A band bit my shin just above the ankle and tore skin one clean line around. It wasn't a trap the way you think of traps with jaws. It was a strap on a ratchet, new like the kind you throw over a kayak. It tightened on itself with a chirp. I fell forward and my chin hit the third step so hard I saw stars. The strap led down off the side of the stairs into the darkness below the deck. It didn't just cut circulation. It dragged. The force on it came from a line threaded through a pulley and down to a stake sunk in the mud, beyond the base of the stairs. The pulley squealed as it took my weight and my momentum. Dumb physics doing what it does. My body did the thing it does, before thinking. I clawed for the railing and I got it. Splinters again. I held on. The strap pulled my leg off the step, and my other foot skidded. She grabbed the back of my sweatshirt and leaned away. Her heels braced on wet wood, eyes wide and flat. An animal in a way I don't ever want to see again, but did. The strap bit deeper. The ratchet clacked once more from somewhere under the deck where I couldn't see it. Knife, I said. It sounded like "ife." My mouth was full of blood from my tongue. She didn't have one. We don't carry knives. We had a metal grill scraper and a plastic cutting board that would have made a bad shield. She went for the scraper. I tried to reach the strap with my hands, but it was too tight to get fingers under. The stake did its job. The rain made everything slick. The deck gave the noise of a ship in a squall. He was at the top of the stairs by then. He stood the way you stand when you've done this before, and you know what part of the stair flexes most. He didn't bring a gun. He didn't need to. He had engineered our bodies into places where their own weight did the rest. He looked at the strap on my ankle, then at my face, then at her hands on my sweatshirt like he was grading a lab. His expression wasn't a taunt. It was clinical, bored almost, and that was worse. It made me feel like equipment. Stop. I said stop. Please. The word please rolled out of me with all the times I had said it this year and not meant it. He did something with his weight, and the ratchet clicked. The strap cinched down so hard I heard myself say a word I don't say around anyone. The bright white kind of pain, the one that's clean enough to be a line. She came up behind me with the scraper and tried to jam the metal under the strap. The angle was bad. The edge was dull. It made a sound like biting a can. It got us nothing. He stepped down one stair and reached for my arm. I did one uncomplicated thing I am proud of. I twisted and swung at his knee with everything I had left. The poker had fallen somewhere. My hand found wood. My palm was full of splinters and my fingers didn't close right, but I hit him hard enough that his leg buckled and his palm slid off the rail. He grabbed for it and missed, and in that gap, the strap did me a favor for the first time. It yanked, the pulley squealed, my body went sideways and down, and I took 3 stairs on my ribs and 1 on my shoulder, and then I was off the steps and under the deck, and in the wet rush of it my leg locked to the line. Mud took me. My hands found roots. The stake stuck out of the ground at an angle like a flag in a map. I crawled for it and the strap tightened again, then hit its limit in a hard stop that made the air go out of me. The ratchet pin was under a cap. The trap wasn't a mouth you could pry. It was an instruction that had already been given to me. She came down the stairs after me without looking where he was. That makes the kind of love that hurts to remember. She slid on her hip and caught the ground next to me. He shouted something then, but the rain stepped on the words, which is a kind of gift. He reached under the railing and grabbed for my sweatshirt again, and I kicked at his hand and felt the strap bite deeper. She found the cap with her nails and ripped it off. It cut her, but she tore it free. Underneath, muddy, there was a release lever. You had to press and pull at the same time and make a small forgiveness in the mechanism. Her hand shook so hard she missed it twice. On the 3rd press, the strap hiccuped and gave a tooth back. Then another. Then it loosened enough to jam mud between it and my skin. She tore the strap back over the ratchet and got my foot free, and I didn't feel my leg until later. We ran. We took the narrow side path along the house that was mostly clay and fern. The wind shoved the trees toward the lake. The lightning kept hitting the same patch of water like it was trying to make a point. We went up into the spruce and down through the bracken and over the little stone wall that said someone a long time ago had wanted to keep cows. We didn't speak. The house sat behind us. A dull gray square with light in one window now. A box with all the air blown out of it. We made it to the road. I don't remember the half mile. The storm flattened the sky so that it felt like we were running under a lid. The first car we saw was a plow with orange lights. The kind that makes a little booming sound when the blade lifts. The driver had a beard that held water like moss, and eyes that didn't like the number of people in his headlights. He let us in because people do that here when it's bad out. We said lake house and stuck in someone there, and he said he knew the place. He said it used to belong to the Finches, and someone's nephew had been watching it the last couple seasons. That word again, watching. He said he'd already pulled people out once this summer when a couple got turned around down by the shed. He took us to the firehouse because he had a radio, and because the storm pulled trees down across the road like a toddler emptying a box. The volunteers were awake and damp and ready to be useful. They wrote down what we said without looking impressed. One of them made a call to the county. They would go out when the lightning moved off. The word they used wasn't trap. It was apparatus. They were careful. There is a way official people talk when they do not want to get ahead of the report. By morning, the storm was a wet rumor in tree branches and our phones were a chorus of missed rings. A deputy walked the deck with us and pointed with his pen. He touched the metal strip on the doorframe and said retrofitted, then looked at the hooks on the slider and said aftermarket, and then went under the deck and knelt by the ratchet and said nothing at all for a long time. We told them about the ring on the roof, the way weight moved. We told them about the basement labels and the keys. We told them about the messages and the aunt and the nephew and the fast confirmation. They wrote it down. They made calls. The word they used then, later, in the room with the coffee and the bad chairs, was entrapment. They said it like it was a shape they could hold with gloves. They asked if we had argued with anyone here, if we had enemies. I laughed once and choked on it. I had taken us there because I wanted to be alone with her and say hard sentences without the city listening. The trap didn't care about our reasons. It just had a slot for them. We did not stay together after that. It wasn't an immediate slash. It was a slow rot of sentences that had got warped under pressure and never fit back together. When I saw her months later, she had a new laugh and new keys. I tell myself that's good and true. I still go back sometimes on maps. I drop a pin and pull to the edge of the lake and look at the satellite, the square of roof, the cut to the deck, the dark slot where the stairs go down. The listing is gone. The house is not. I can feel the deadbolt under my hand if I close my eyes. I can feel how tight air gets when it is held in place by someone who has practiced. There's a thing that happens when you realize you are not the protagonist of your solitude, but the mark. The air goes thin. The house shows you its second skin. Every door after that has a seam in it you can't unsee. You meet nice men who tap their rings against their phones and call their aunts to consult and give you long rules about the trash. And you smile and say yes and don't book. And you tell yourself you have learned something hard and worth the scar. I know that's not how stories like this end. They're supposed to hand you a face to hate, or a twist you can applaud. I don't have those. I have a door that would not open and then did, and a strap that tried to keep me where I had said I wanted to be, and the quiet that followed us home like a stray, and slept at the foot of the bed until there wasn't a bed to share. I went to the lake to be alone. Finals were coming, and my head felt like a cluttered dorm closet. My aunt had a small place near Detroit Lake, off Highway 22, tucked back in the trees. She and my uncle used it for fishing and quiet weekends. She said I could take a week and study. I took coffee, my laptop, and the kind of optimism you only get when you think changing scenery will fix your brain. It was late spring. The reservoir had that dull metal color it gets when the sky goes pale and the water is holding back rain. The place sat on short pilings. Up from the bank, nothing fancy. The deck faced down a small slope to a narrow gravel strip, and a dock that looked too thin for the weight of actual people. On the far side, the forest rose in the dark, and the mountains looked like a folded blanket someone forgot to put away. I got there late in the afternoon and set up at the small kitchen table. There was a line on the wall where past high water had kissed the wood like a ruler mark. The air was cool and heavy. The house had a smell like wet pine and old thermoses, which for a minute made me feel like a kid again, trailing my uncle down a shady path with a fishing rod twice my size. By night, the lake sounded wrong. Not loud, not scary, just wrong. Normal water has a pulse, a hush and lap rhythm. This was too even, like someone dragging felt over the surface. Sometimes the sound went thin and small, then it swelled like something breathing through the floorboards. I stepped out on the deck once and marked a scum line on the rock by the steps, with the heel of my shoe. The moon put a nickel shine on the water, and I could see where I'd marked it, just to have a reference. I woke around 3 to the crisp sound of something small tapping wood. The hair on my arms went up before my brain caught up. I lay still and listened. Tap, tap, then a soft pull, like a suction cup peeling off glass. I thought it was the dock shifting, or an animal nosing around. When I opened the bedroom door, the air felt thick, like a towel that never quite dried. My laptop screen sat where I'd left it on the table, black and cold. The rock I'd marked was halfway underwater. I stood there until my eyes stung, and my feet got cold on the boards. The sound kept going. Tap, soft peel, tap. I told myself it was nothing. A few weeks earlier, the dam had released water without warning, and the bulletin boards at the state park complained about it. I had seen the flyers near the boat ramp. People were mad because the fish weren't biting where they were supposed to. I held on to that. In the morning, the water was lower than it had been the day before. The line on the rock was exposed and a little froth clung to it like lace. I told myself the lake had moods and left it at that. Inside, the interior door that separated the small utility room from the kitchen started sticking. I'd open it with my hip and it would groan, then bump past the frame with a wet little sigh. I knew that feeling. Our bathroom door at home did that every July. Wood swells when it's damp. It wasn't mysterious. I rubbed the edge with the wax from a candle and made a note to keep it open so it didn't wedge shut. Around noon, I found prints on the floor. They were wet, thin, almost dainty, Not a cat. It's a stupid word to use for footprints, but the tracks were delicate, like a child's shoe made inside out. A little narrow strip with a suggestion of toes that weren't really there. They started at the threshold of the utility room and crossed the kitchen in a slow curve toward the table. They dried as they went. The last few could have been smudges if the earlier ones hadn't been so clean. I stood there with my hand on the door and felt the hollow cold of the utility room come through the gap. The room had a washer and a stacked shelf of paint cans and life jackets. Nothing else. The tiny window was the old kind with a latch that wasn't worth anything. I checked it anyway. The frame bit my fingers because the wood was swollen and sticky. The latch held. I took a photo with my phone. I put a paper towel down and pressed. The imprint came away with a fine gray silt and a smell that made me think of water where sunlight can't reach. I worked through the afternoon because that's what I was there for. But every time I got up to make tea or use the bathroom, I glanced at the floor as if it could change when I wasn't watching. My aunt called to check in. I said everything was fine. I was almost honest. I didn't mention the prints because I didn't want to listen to the way my voice would sound while I explained them. That night, the breathing sound got stranger because it wasn't constant. It came in little swells. The lights in the kitchen dimmed and sprang back like they were on a long cord, and someone was stretching it. When I stood on the deck, the lake was calm, but the dock rope ran tight as a guitar string and then slack, over and over without wind. A breeze came down the slope and set the forest to whispering. Down the shore, I could just make out the point where the public boat ramp would be, if you followed the bend. A truck went by on the highway and left a white thread of noise behind it, just to remind me the world still existed. Sometime before dawn, I saw the figure. Those are hard words to write because it sounds like the part where people roll their eyes and say, "Sure you did." I'm telling you what I saw. The water had come up again. Quietly, I woke to that thin tap and the sense of pressure in the air. I got to the deck, and the lake was up along the pilings. In the gray before morning, a shape stood where the bank should have been. It wasn't close. It stood at a slight angle like someone keeping their balance in surf. But the water there was almost still. The surface made a dull line around the legs. It didn't move. Not the way a person shifts or scratches or breathes. It just existed where it shouldn't. Vertical in a place that belongs to horizontal things. I went inside because that was the only direction that made sense. I closed the slider. I stood with both hands flat on the cool glass until the sun rose and the water stepped back. Slow as a breath you only notice when it's gone. In the morning, I called my aunt. I told her about the sound. I told her the door had swelled and stuck, and there were prints. I didn't say anything about the figure because saying it might make the day bend the wrong way. She told me to take a break and meet her in town for lunch. If you know Detroit, you know there aren't a lot of choices. We picked the diner on the main stretch near the lake shore, because that's where you pick. I drove in and ate eggs I didn't want. Her voice stayed light in that way people use when they don't want to make a thing. She said the water level out there was nothing like it used to be. She said the dam did what it wanted. When she hugged me in the parking lot, she smelled like her laundry soap and the inside of her old Subaru, leather and cold coffee and wintergreen gum. Back at the house, the utility room door gave up. It didn't just stick, it jammed. I put my shoulder into it and something inside the frame complained like an animal that doesn't want to get up. I left it shut. The air in the house felt thinner, like the weather had stepped into the room. The light had that underwater cast to it, even though it wasn't cloudy. I worked through the afternoon because that's what you do when something presses on you. You do the normal thing and you use your hands, and that makes a shape for your mind to follow. Twilight brought the water back. The dock sat at a weird angle as if someone had put one big knee under it and lifted. I could feel the change in the underside of the floor through my bare feet. The breathing sound grew steadier, closer to normal, and for a second I thought it meant I had gotten used to it. Then slowly, a thin line of wet crept under the threshold of the utility room door and fattened into a dark shine. I stared at the line until it stopped pretending to be nothing. It pooled, and then it crawled, 2 finger widths at a time, curved like a tongue. I put towels down and the wet kept marking new ground as if it knew where it wanted to go. I went to the breaker and flipped the main, then stood in the quiet and realized the quiet wasn't quiet. The house kept breathing through the floor. I opened the slider to air the place out and stepped out onto the deck to breathe, where air felt like air. When I came back in, there were 4 figures in the living room. My brain did that thing where it breaks things into parts. A part of me counted, a part measured distance, a part looked for faces and didn't find any. They were human shapes where humans couldn't be, and they didn't show seams or wood grain or the telltale shine of plastic. They stood where the rug began, side by side, just a little turned like they had been interrupted while choosing something from a shelf. One leaned, heavy at one hit as if caught between one step and the next. The clothes they had weren't clothes. They were suggestions the way a shadow suggests a coat, and they were dry in a room that smelled like wet. I didn't scream. That's not a brag. It's what my body did. I went backward the way you do when you walk into a web. I reached the slider and it was open, and air hit my back. I took the 2 steps it took to be out, and then however many it took to be down the deck stairs and on the gravel. My feet found the path up the slope as if they had studied it in class. The trees swallowed me, and the house stayed where it was, polite as a courtroom. I got to the car without losing the keys because I had left them on the nail by the door the way my aunt told me to, and by some grace I had grabbed them. I got into town, and parked by the ranger station. I sat there because my hands didn't feel like mine yet, and I needed them to if I was going to tell someone. I don't know how long I sat. The door finally opened and a ranger came out. He saw me and waved, casual and easy, and that broke the spell. Inside, I explained it in the plainest words I could find. I gave my aunt's name. I gave directions. I forgot to say the part about the figure. I remembered to say the part about the flooding in the utility room and the door swelling shut. He listened with the patience of someone who has listened before. He said the dam could drop the level overnight. He said timber shifts. He said humidity does terrible things to old frames. He said they'd come take a look. He called the sheriff because it was a residence. By the time we got back out there, the water had stepped back. The dock sat at a normal angle. The air in the house felt like you could put it in a jar and it would keep. The towels I'd thrown down were wet, but the floor was dry. The utility door opened like a normal door. The living room held the furniture I had brought with me in my secondhand car, and the rug my aunt had picked at a yard sale. We looked together. There was nothing else. We walked down to the water. The ranger stood with his hands on his hips and pointed across the cove to where the points make the shape of a hand. He talked about release schedules and snowmelt. He talked about how people bring housewares and garbage and leave them, and then the lake brings them back and everyone gets mad. He didn't talk about figures. He didn't tell me what I had seen. He didn't try to tell me I hadn't. While we stood there, the lake thinned in the middle of the cove. Not a lot, just enough that all 3 of us saw the top line of something come out of the dull green like glass being lifted from a sink. It was a ridge of roofline, peaked and low, with the little black mouths of nails along it. You could see the angle of a porch roof to one side, caved and folded. The wood had the same gray you see when a board is left under snow too long. It sat there in the shallows, and then a faint ring of water climbed its face again, and it went away. The ranger said it happens when the releases and the wind line up wrong. He said the old roads were out there and sometimes foundations. He said everyone knows. The sheriff nodded his head like his neck was stiff. He told me the locks were fine. He told me to keep the sliders pinned because it's a second home area and people test doors. I told him I would. My aunt met me in the drive. We went inside together. I stood in the doorway while she looked, and you could see her shoulders go down when she realized she didn't have to say anything. She made tea. We both stood there and drank it, and didn't talk about leaving because that would have made leaving a thing you had to talk about. I put my stuff in the car because that's where it needed to be to get home. On the way out of town, I pulled off at the day use area at the state park and looked out across the basin. The sun had come through, and the lake pulled a trick of looking harmless again. Out beyond the last bit of beach, the water puckered as the wind changed. A pair of fishermen motored by slow, their wakes spreading and fading like an idea you almost caught. I moved back into campus housing that week, a narrow room with a view of concrete and maple leaves, and slept like someone who'd paid a debt. When my aunt asked a month later if I wanted to go back out and pick blackberries, I told her I had a group project, which was true. She sent me a picture of the bushes down the path, full of fruit that always looked better than it tasted. I went through my phone before I deleted the photos to make space. The prints looked like prints for as long as you stared. The video of the kitchen at night sounded like a refrigerator and water going about its business. The photo of the shoreline with my shoe mark looked like a rock with a scum line on it. None of that made the week not happen. It just made it easier to place it somewhere my head could live with. If you didn't grow up around reservoirs, it's easy to think of them as lakes that came with a map. They didn't. They took what they needed and put water on top, and then everyone got used to the result. On low years, you see stumps that were cut before your grandparents had their first argument. On windless mornings, you can stand and listen and hear your own blood and the water breathing through the shore like it's asking you not to name it. I'm not saying I know what I saw. I'm saying the days stacked up and they made a shape. And that shape was wrong in a way I could hold and name without pretending I could explain it. I wanted quiet. I got quiet and it had teeth I didn't see. The house is still there. People still go. The ranger still stands in the sun and talks about schedules and releases because that's his job, and he knows what water does when it has orders and walls. The college still expects you to read the pages and show up with a pen. None of it changed. Only now, when it rains heavy in the night and the drain by the library gurgles, I think about that breathing and the thin wet line that pushed under the door like a tongue into a mouth that didn't want it. I think about the roofline rising out of the water like something you know from a dream just long enough to recognize it. I think about figures where figures shouldn't be. Not moving, not hungry, just present and wrong in a room that was mine, until very politely it wasn't. I'm fine. That's the simplest way to put it. I left. The thing stayed where it lives. The hard parts of the story finished themselves when I closed the car door and drove toward the highway, and the trees opened and let me go.